very important message. Please hold for a very important message. Please hold for a very important message.
Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. Foodiegang, gang, gang. What is going on? What is going on, Foodiegang? Can y'all hear me out there? Can y'all hear me out there? Okay, we are back with another episode of Time for Tea. Oh, you guys, I have had a rough morning already. And I know it just started, so how bad can it be? It's bad, y'all. I did do my hair this morning, that's why I'm running on time. I dropped a whole bowl of cereal and I was so upset. I was like, okay, I need to stop rushing. But hit the like button, subscribe, share, and keep the show going by sending a super chat, stars on Facebook, super sticker, or you can hit the Cash app. Follow me on all my social media platforms. And because I'm having a rough morning, we got coffee today. We got coffee today. I think I'm gonna take this background off because it's driving me crazy already. Already. But yes, we have had a rough morning, but we're gonna have a good show. We're not gonna let the morning dictate how this show is going to go. Today we are gonna talk about the bombshell footage shows Megan lied on Tory Lanez, and we are going to talk more about Remy Ma and how she messed up. And it is time for tea, and I'm going to take this off because it's driving me. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm going to straighten y'all out. Okay, there we go. Y'all see my hair? Huh. Okay. So before we get into anything, I'm gonna play this video so y'all know where we at. Y'all know what's going on.
Please hold for a very important message.
Okay. Very important message. Okay, I think I got everything. So today, like I said, we're gonna be drinking coffee. This is driving me crazy. We're gonna be drinking coffee. Okay, yesterday we started off season 4. We did the pre-show. So we were just prepping for our barbecue mukbang that we're gonna do. That content is going to be exclusively on my YouTube channel. So tap into the YouTube channel 907 Good Eats so that when I do go live and I am cooking, that content is going to be, primarily on YouTube. I do sometimes, I'll download and then share the videos on Facebook, but the full live show and all my content is going to be on YouTube. Facebook, I love y'all, but YouTube is my home. Like, YouTube is near and dear to my heart. I've met some great people on there. We've gotten monetized on there and all that stuff. So tap into the YouTube channel. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all like, you're not late and then messing around with stuff. I just feel like something's cricket over here. And maybe I need to move. Okay. But we're going to talk about Megan and Tory, and we're also going to talk about Remy Ma. We did report on Remy Ma, Clarissa Shields, and Papoose, and we was up here for a whole 4 hours. So, and I was like, you know what? There's too much to talk about here for one live stream. We're going to have to come back and do some more reporting on the whole situation. And you know what's crazy? The divorce hasn't even started. And so all of this stuff that is going on with Remy Ma and Papoose, the divorce ain't even started. It's gonna get heated. And y'all, this Megan and Tory Lanez, it's really unfortunate because we're seeing two, artists that really could have it just could have went better for them. Like Tory Lane have to be where he's at. Megan don't gotta be going through what she's going through. And from her live streams, she sounds like she's going through a lot mentally. So it's just unfortunate because all of this could have been avoided. And it didn't have to go this way, but it did go this way. And that is where we currently are at. You know what I'm saying? As far as the whole drama. Okay. Let me give y'all a quick summary of what's going on. Let me see. Okay. This is the last time I'm gonna move, I promise y'all. Okay, so Tory Lanez was apparently messing with Kelsey and Megan. Kelsey and Megan were friends. And then there's stated that he also was trying to talk to Kylie. I'm not really sure, but Tory Lanez seems like he's a very friendly gentleman. Then they left the party. They were at Kylie Jenner's party. Something occurred in the car. There was alleged well, it wasn't alleged. There was a gun that did get fired, but Megan feels like Tory Lanez is who shot her. There was a whole debacle about that on social media. And then Tory Lanez found himself on trial for shooting Megan in the foot. Let me get the disclaimer up. For shooting Megan in the foot, he was on trial and then he was convicted to 10 years. I thought they had said 20 at first, but maybe some of that is on parole, but he was sentenced to serve 10 years in prison. He is in jail or in prison serving that time, and he was recently stabbed 14 times, which prompted us to take a deep dive and another look at the case, right? So then his father and the legal team, it was like a group of lawyers, I believe, had a press conference, and then there's also someone who was going to publish an opinion piece that Tory Lanez was innocent. During that press conference, they stated that they had evidence, and then the congresswoman later joined the bandwagon. And when she joined the bandwagon, the whole Tory is innocent, I feel like that's when things really got serious because this is a congresswoman. You know what I'm saying? Like before, it was just lawyers and his family advocating Tory, but we're talking about politicians are hopping into this or hopping in the ring as well. So they released that evidence. And we're gonna review it and we're gonna go over it and we're gonna see what y'all think. I don't know where this footage was before. I don't know if they ever have seen this before. I'm not really too sure. But this is footage that a lot of us have not seen, and people are already speculating. Well, people already thought Megan was lying, but they really think she's lying now. What's going on, Drip? What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? He said 907. Good eats. Hey, how you doing, Rip? Okay, and we have reported on the Tory and Megan situation a couple of times because ever since Tory, was in the incident in prison, things it's like reopened the case almost, I feel. Almost like it's like reopened the case. It's gotten a lot of attention on social media, and Megan responded, but I have yet to hear if she has responded to this footage, to this new footage. And I don't like my thing is what happened to this footage? Didn't we see it from the beginning? Or maybe we did. Like I don't really understand like that part. But the fact that they have this trial and there's so much evidence missing. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy because when you go to court and you convict somebody, usually it's supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt, right? But in this situation, it's full of doubt. It is full of doubt. Okay, so this was the one we did where Megan responded to the allegation of there being new evidence. And in this live stream, Megan is visibly upset and even referred to Tory Lanez as a demon. A demon. I'm like, what? Now people are thinking, now it looks like he didn't even shoot her. So who really is the demon? But we're gonna see like how this all, plays out. There's also talks about they want Gavin Newsom to pardon Tory Lanez. Trump can't do it because his charges are at the state level. So we're gonna keep our ear to the streets and see what is going on. What is going on? Drip said, I am doing good, fam. For real, yes. And Drip was one of those people who he's kind of like me. Like I really didn't have a strong opinion about this the first time it came around because I was just like, oh, we're gonna wait and see. But it's hard to not have an opinion about this because it's everywhere, first of all. And it does look fishy. It does. It does look fishy. And so here was the second one that we did, the second live stream. Where we talked about Tory Lanez is innocent. Um, and this was when the new evidence was found, and they discovered or they unveiled to us who the stabber was, or the guy that assaulted Tory Lanez. They came out with that, and I keep forgetting about this piece of information. You really don't hear about it a lot, but I heard that the guy that stabbed Tory Lanez allegedly said he did it because Tory Lanez was trying to put a hit out on him. And we heard him in the song. Hold on. Dr. Quantum coming in here early with that $2. She said investing in the Good Eats cookbook, y'all. Yeah. I got about 3 pages read. Thank you so much, Dr. Quantum, with the $2. And that's going to make her the sponsor of the show. Y'all show Dr. Quantum some love out in the chat. Let me get that banner updated. Oh, and I wanted to talk to you guys about yesterday. But nice to see you, Dr. Quantum. Nice to see you. I have 1018 here. Okay. When we were ending the live stream yesterday, Lady actually sent another $1.99. So I'm gonna play the money video twice. She like snuck it in there really quick. And then it's like we were already doing the outro video, so I couldn't do the money video. But Lady, you ain't slick. I seen what you did there. We be having the slowest exits too, because I'd be like, I'm about to leave, and I'll be talking. I'm about to leave. I'm like, lady, you knew what you was doing. But yesterday's show was really, really great. And I found out some more news about Larry Hoover. The governor of Illinois said he's not pardoning Larry Hoover. Am I saying it right? Yes, I think it's Larry Hoover. He said he's not pardoning him and that he can do the rest of his sentence. And let me make sure I'm saying his name right. Okay, Larry Hoover. I'm like, let me not disrespect the legend, according to the streets. Um, he said he's not pardoning Larry Hoover. He said he can do the rest of his time in state prison. So I don't know what's gonna happen now. And he said it on X. Everybody be making statements on X. Okay, let me hurry up, y'all. Let me hurry up. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Yeah, he said he's not pardoning. He said he ain't. He said he ain't Trump. Yeah. Um, yes, I got 3 pages written in my cookbook, y'all. See why people go off to like the cabin or like um a really nice retreat and spend a month and write a book. I get it. Now I don't think I'm gonna do that because I haven't got that luxury yet. We need about 5,000 more y'all to send $2. But I see why people do that. And then Quantum said, "Oh wow, do you? I didn't know you were working on one for real." Oh, yes, I have been saving recipes for since I was 19 and I'm 31 now. I have a stack of recipes. So my deal for the cookbooks, because I have a lot too many recipes, is to do volume one, volume two, and volume three. And one of the volumes is like meat recipes, meat and sauces, and then one will be like sides. But yeah, I have a whole plan. The issue is I need to execute the plan. But yes, I do. You know what's crazy? I always knew since culinary school that I wanted to do a cookbook. So I have been saving my recipes since culinary school, and I thought I had lost them when I had moved back to Alaska, or like with all the moving. But then I found them, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" But I've been saving my recipes. I got 3 pages written. It's probably gonna get here in 2030. But yes, it's always been my dream because I want you guys to be able to like have the cookbook at home, watch the YouTube channel, and then I'll have spices and like sauces. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll all go together. I want to do like utensils, pots. I gotta do a rice cooker. Because I'm always talking about that rice cooker and I'm finna drive up one myself, so they might as well come to me. But that's my dream though. And thank you so much, Dr. Kwan. But yes, that is my dream to one day have a cookbook. I've always wanted a cookbook. I've always wanted to have one but I need somebody to help me. I need somebody to help me. So what I'm working on now is getting all my recipes into digital format. But thank you so much, Dr. Kwan. Look, we're talking about food. Okay, time for tea. So let me get the first video pulled up. Let's just get into the Megan Thee Stallion situation. Let's just get right into that. And I know I show his content here a lot, but he makes really good content. I'm talking about Poetic Flacco. He makes really great videos, and they be going so hard on him in the comments. I don't even know why. Like, if you don't like somebody, then don't watch them, right? It seems like it would be that simple. But anywho, I'm gonna pull up his video that he just released on the Megan Thee Stallion, but he does a really great job of like putting the whole story together. So right, y'all. Okay, so I dropped my cereal on the floor. I was so it was 8:30, right? And I was gonna try to get here at 9. And everything was like set up for it to work. And I was like, let me eat some cereal real quick. Cause I'm running late, right? So I put my cereal on the counter and I think I moved the napkin, but the napkin, hold on, the napkin knocked the bowl over and the whole thing went on the floor. I said, man, bro, I'm getting there at 10. Like I ain't gonna be on time now because now I gotta clean up a whole bowl of cereal. I was already running on time. Y'all know how I do. But yes, I was so mad. Hey, Joanne, how are you doing? How are you doing, Joanne? Joanne, I hope you went and watched the replay when we're talking about the Mexican TikToker. And let us know, Joanne, if there's any updates in that case. Like if they ever find anybody. Um, but yes, we did report on her. I love when you guys give me content ideas, recipes, or when you tell me about something or a situation that's going on. Because it is not possible for me to be up here all the time and know what everything that's going on. That's what y'all are here for. Y'all here to help me. So shout out to you. Okay, so we're gonna get into Poetic Flacco's video. He is talking about Megan Thee Stallion. New evidence was found, or I don't even know if it's new evidence. I think it was old and they just kept it hidden. Okay, no worries, Joanne. I know how that goes. I was just telling you how I was busy. I don't know if this is new evidence or it was hidden. Which one was it? Oh my goodness. Breeze, what is going on? What is going on? He said, what it do, chef? Just dropping through. Yesterday, when I was in the kitchen, Breeze is actually telling me more about this story. Always dropping some knowledge. But we're going to review the footage and we're going to decide ourselves what we think. That's what we do here on 97 Goodies. We speculate. We speculate and talk about people only when it's time for tea. Other than that, y'all don't see me talking about nobody. Oh, okay. Because I was like, I don't think this is new. Breeze, I was like, this is not new evidence. We just never knew about it. But it was weird. Okay, so Breeze said they knew of it, but suppressed it in court. It is so weird how that trial worked out. Like, Kelsey had immunity, evidence was suppressed. They're saying that the eyewitness, not key witness, eyewitness changed his story. It's a lot of just like fishy stuff. If that was my son, I would be like the father, highly upset. And I would feel if that was my kid, I'll be talking to the rest of my life about how they did my kid dirty. But yeah, why was this evidence suppressed? It almost seems like everybody was working together against Tory, in my opinion. Oh, I do remember that Me Too movement. They had, I do remember that. Bree said that was during the Me Too movement. I remember like around that time, like Beyonce had her like "Girls Run the World" and everybody was on this girl power thing, and yeah, so that is true. Mm. And then didn't the Harvey Weinstein kind of happen around that time too? Isn't that what started the Me Too movement? What? Okay. So you guys remember when I reported on the Mexican TikToker, the Mexican TikToker influence, the Mexican TikTok influencer who was unalive? Joanne said they are blaming the victim for her own murder. I wonder how. How is that her fault? Man, sometimes the way they be spinning stuff be crazy. Like, what? How you get all that? And Bree said, well, that was the feat. What does that mean? What does that mean? But didn't the Me Too movement get started because of the Harvey situation in Hollywood? Like, and if you think about it, Breeze is right. I kind of like, you know what? Shout out to Breeze because and shout out to the chat because you guys be having details I like totally forget about. But I do think that all of that played a part. But Tori needs to take accountability. Oh, and what I was saying was the guy that allegedly stabbed Tori is saying that he did it. Let me get the disclaimer. So we made some big allegations, with our breakfast. The man that stabbed Tori is saying he did it because Tori was gonna put a hit out on him and he wanted to get there first. Now, I heard a snippet of the rap song that Tori released from prison. In that rap song, he did allege that he puts hits out on people and he gets paid on Cash App, or he'll send the money to Cash App and put a hit on somebody. It's what he alleged. Breeze, correct me if I'm wrong. So Tory did say he was a shot caller. Not is it called the shot caller? He did make it sound like he was running things. I don't know if that is true, but it do make sense. What y'all think? What y'all think? Oh, okay. We're talking about two different things, but y'all follow along. The Mexican TikTok influencer who was unalived on live, they are blaming her, according to the chat, because she was talking crazy about the cartels. I heard she was even dating one of the cartel leaders. But like I said, it's all alleged. We don't have hardcore evidence. Rest in peace to her. But you know, them cartels don't play. Everybody ain't playing. You know, you can't just get up here and be talking crazy. Like, and she had a big following too. So dang, I'm gonna have to get back to that story. Okay, I'm gonna have to get back into that story. That's crazy. Okay, we're talking about Megan Thee Stallion. Evidence that was suppressed has come back out. I don't know why they suppressed it. Very fishy, very sketchy. Hey, Angela, how are you doing? How are you doing? She said, hello, everybody. Angela, you were right on time. We've been up here for 28 minutes, but we ain't did nothing but talk. You know what's funny? My first live that I did was 17 minutes. Now I done talked for about 30 minutes and ain't showed y'all no footage, nothing. But we wait for everybody to come on in. What y'all eat today? What's up, G Honda? What is going on? What is going on? We're talking about Bombshell footage shows Megan lied on Tory Lanez and Remy Ma messed up. Let's just be real. Remy, you're not gonna get another man like Papoose in today's time. You know how I know? Because we're all looking for Papoose. We all are looking for a man like Papoose. And there's many women out here that haven't been able to find it. And I don't think Easy's Black Captain was even worth it, in my opinion. I don't think. Talk about fumbling. Fumbling the back. And then Jihan said, I'm going live at 4 p.m. Okay, okay. I will try my best to stop by. And you know we got onions. We like onions here at 907 Goodies. We're big kids over here. No, not big kids. We grown adults. Jihan is still eating chicken nuggets and whatnot. Chicken nuggets with the barbecue sauce. um, I want to do the barbecue mukbang today. That'll be later. I'll let you guys know. And then after this, I am gonna do not right after, but at 3:15 my time. And we're gonna do another live stream. Um, let me get the title so I can just make sure I'm correct. Yes, we have a former cop that is gonna come up here and react to 10 New Orleans inmates escaping. Y'all, Anton Massey's auntie, I think it was his auntie. She went on YouTube and cussed everybody out. You know what's real? When you got your phone, you're like, and you going in on your phone, but she cussed everybody out, the whole internet, and she pretty much said that we need to leave her alone. But we're gonna talk about that later on today in the live stream. Reed, you went to Panda Express. Okay, I had Panda Express the other day. You have Panda Express like twice a year. Ooh, okay, okay. I have not seen the picture yet, Breeze. I've been busy. I've been busy. You posted on Instagram though, or YouTube? Ooh, sweet and sour sound. See, you're making me hungry out here. Look, I love when y'all pull up to 907 Good Eats and y'all put your orders in. Because that's what's going on here with Gihanna. Gihanna putting his whole order in here. Yes, hit the like button, hit the like button. Okay. So we're gonna bring up Poetic Flacco. Y'all be going so hard on Poetic Flacco, but I like Poetic Flacco's content. Sometimes he is a little bit like dramatic, but you have to be when you're on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Okay, okay, Breeze. What? Wait, hold on, Angela. You think Panda Express portions are too small? I got Panda Express the other day, and I was able to eat it for lunch and dinner. Looks like they give a lot of food. But there again, wherever you go at Panda Express, it all depends on the workers. Maybe you got some stingy workers at your Panda Express. They be giving out good sizes. But yeah, I was able to eat it for like 2 meals. I ate some, and I had some for later. Which one did you order? Did you order the little box or you order the plate with the two entrees and you get the noodles or the rice? Look, food is very important over here in 907 Goodies. And she said they're generous in Alaska. And Breeze agrees. Yes, it depends on who's working. Have you guys ever gone out somewhere to eat and it was good, right? So then you go back the next day and it's nasty. Let me tell you why. Because whoever is working, whatever cook is on shift, it matters. Because if you get the wrong cook that don't really know how to cook and don't love food, your food gonna be jacked up. But that's why when you go out to eat, you can go to the same place, order the same food, and it'll taste different. Because who's making it really matters. When Brisa ordered the bigger plate, dang Angela, I'm so sorry to hear that your Panda Express is skimpy. What? Joanne said, "What is going on with Pete Diddy? Do y'all want me to report on Diddy here? Because I feel like that case is just too nasty. But do y'all want me to report on Diddy here? I have not reported on Diddy, but I'll be watching it. And right now, they're looking for, I think her name is Gina. She's another one of P. Diddy's girlfriends that has a similar story to Cassie and actually came out years ago to Tasha K. Now, you know Tasha K messy. So they're looking for her. And Kid Cudi was on the stand. It's getting hot and heated up in there. Okay, Angela said yes. Okay, okay. We not gonna talk about the P part, but we'll talk about everything else. But I was like, I don't know, I haven't reported on Diddy, but I am following the case, and there's a couple of YouTubers that actually go to New York and they pretty much take notes in the from the courtroom. And then when they're in the car and when they're leaving, they kind of like bring the content back to us and tell us what they saw. One of the YouTubers that has gone there, I seen Tisha. She was at the Diddy trial some of the days. Nick at Night also, and then we got Lauren from the Breakfast Club. So there even though it's federal court and no cameras can go in the court, there has been some great reporting from the YouTube community and also from the news. And yes, Joanne, P. Diddy I think he was married to Kim Porter, wasn't he? But yes, the P. Diddy thing crazy. That's just the moral of the story. But today we're gonna talk about Megan Thee Stallion. We're gonna talk about Remy Ma and how she fumbled the bag, and Papoose is out there happy with Clarissa. And let's get into Flacco's video. Let me get that the only thing I would say about Flacco, he do be close to the camera. But um oh, Diddy wasn't married to Kim Porter? I didn't know that. I knew that Kim Porter passed away, and then that's another thing. I wonder if that's gonna come up in the trial. A lot of people think that allegedly Diddy has something to do with Kim Porter passing. So I wonder if that is gonna come up in the trial. Because when they come out with that, it's just not looking good for Diddy. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. At first, people were saying, "Oh, Cassie's the only one. Cassie's the only one." No, 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 she's not. There's a whole list of victims with stories and accusations. But here we go with Poetic Flacco. He said new evidence proves Tory Lanez got framed and set up by Megan Thee Stallion.
Show information that will exonerate Tory Lanez.
I just realized I put my headphones on. I ain't gonna be able to hear nothing. Y'all gonna be watching it by yourselves. And Bree said that allegedly it shouldn't be allowed. Are you talking about Kim Porter? Are you talking about that shouldn't be allowed? But yeah, there's a lot of celebrities' names that are coming out. We're seeing a lot of celebrities testify, and Brian Still is on the defense team. Man, you made me mad because it's like when Brian Still was with Young Thug, we liked him, but now Brian Still, you defending the ops. We ain't cool with you doing that. And this case has only been about Cassie. They haven't proven Enrico, but that's to be said. Um, I'm saying what I'm referring to was Capricorn Clark. We got the Gina lady. We got the Kid Cudi. There was like and Don Richards. Also, I'm saying like there's been a lot of victims that have taken the stand to kind of verify what Cassie was saying and that they experienced it too, is what I'm referring to, Breeze. But what do you think about that? And yes, the Kim Porter stuff. So if it's my domestic abuse, that's what they should have went with. What I will say is that we gotta wait and we gotta withhold judgment about whether he's innocent or not because it's not over yet. It just started, honestly. And it's not looking good for Diddy, no matter what. And when I say it's not looking good for Diddy, I'm saying this. Do you really think he can come out and get his image back? It's like his image is forever is gone. And Bree said those same victims blame Cassie. I think Diddy and Cassie both had something to do with it. But what we can say, or what it looks like, is Diddy was doing some weird stuff. And we got to just wait and see. But Breeze, we see what you think. You think Diddy innocent? He didn't do nothing. Nah, he would have to sail away. Yeah, somebody said he needs to move to another country, but he might not be able to, depending on what they charge him with, or if he gets probation or something like that. But whew, let's get into this video.
And destroy and ruin Megan Thee Stallion's career and her credibility. And they laid everything out on a new website. Congresswoman Anna Paulina is the mastermind behind this new website to exonerate Tory Lanez. And it all stemmed from a tweet that she posted a week ago where she says in 36 hours, we will be releasing new bombshell information that would exonerate Tory Lanez. It wasn't released within 36 hours, but instead they started a website coined after the term 36 hours later and released all the information on that website. A lot of people have questioned her motives, why a congresswoman, a Republican at that, wants to get involved in a Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion hip-hop drama. But she just came out to say she's involved because she truly believes that Tory Lanez was railroaded by a corrupt democratic system. Tory's team did a great job at telling the full story and not just bombarding us with new information right away. One of the initial pieces in the first step, they pointed out information that contradicted the storyline that Tory Lanez told Megan Thee Stallion's dance bit and then fired 6 shots at her. They released footage of Megan Thee Stallion admitting that she stepped on glass, but not just that. In this interaction with the police, Megan Thee Stallion was very concerned about her going to jail and her being in trouble. And to me, that's very strange. A gunshot victim being really concerned about the police discovering something that could send her to jail doesn't make sense to me. And this isn't Megan Thee Stallion's first run-in with the law. Megan Thee Stallion has a long rap sheet, bro. Megan Thee Stallion has multiple mugshots out there. So Megan Thee Stallion understands the law. I
was surprised to hear this, that she had a long rap sheet and she has a lot of mugshots. I had no idea about that. I did not know that at all. But what we can see, this is clearly from the night of the incident in question. We see the fire truck. We see Megan, like the top of her head, sitting on the sidewalk. And she is going to speak a little bit, but she was kind of concerned about going to jail, which I thought was weird. Because, like, if you get shot, why do you think you're going to jail if you got shot? That's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't really make that much sense. And you know what? Y'all be out here trolling Flacco. But Flacco was doing his thing out here. Bree said Flacco trying to work on that hairline. Look, let my hairline be jacked up and my videos got 200K. I don't even care. Did you tune in to see my raggedy hairline? I do agree with this. I do think that they had a lot going on. I do agree. Hey, Eric, what is going on? What is going on? He said, Foodiegang. We had a great live stream yesterday. Make sure y'all check it out. We was up here talking about the pardons that Trump issued. NBA Youngboy, the Chrisleys, and Larry Hoover. And Bree said that's because of no jumper. Okay. That's still a job though. That's what you're supposed to do though. You're supposed to go on other platforms and collaborate with other people and then bring them back to yours. That's working. Man, what's wrong with that? Did I miss something? what, what? But that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to collaborate, bring them back to what you got going on, and dang, y'all just don't like Flacco. What did he do to y'all? Y'all don't like that man. Y'all so mean to him. I'll turn my comment section off. But one thing I would say, no matter what, how much how much hate they be giving Flacco, he's still making these videos. So, you know. And I have heard this. Flacco is like academics, he's a teller. I feel like it's okay. This is how I feel. A lot of the content creators, I don't agree with what they say personally, but that doesn't mean that I can't like your content. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with music. We can like somebody's music, but we cannot like what they be saying and how they be acting as a person. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when these rappers be speaking, you be like, bro, like Kevin Gates. Kevin, stop talking. Just make the music, okay? Eric said, who? Look, see, this is why we got to educate Eric. Poetic Flacco is a content creator on YouTube. I don't know why y'all are so mean to Poetic Flacco. He got y'all out here triggered. But he's a content creator on YouTube, Eric, and they be trolling him, but we're reviewing his content right now. So this is Megan Thee Stallion. Let me get the other banner up so that it's not more cut off than it already is.
If you did nothing wrong and you are the gunshot victim, why would you be going to jail for getting shot?
Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What's that?
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think
I really cannot go to jail.
Okay,
I cannot have that on my image.
okay. So how did that happen to you?
Megan. What image do you have? Megan, to me, is a high paid 304. And if y'all were here the other day, we showed y'all what 304 stand for. I don't know what image she's talking about, but my sister is a Megan Thee Stallion fan. She's one of the hotties. She feels like in this situation, Megan was scared and she had an adrenaline rush, and that's why she didn't realize that she was shot because she was running on adrenaline. Is her theory. She's a hottie. She be bumping the yada 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 song in her car. So, and she feels like Tory did do it and all that stuff. So that is her account. And Eric said, "Ain't this old?" Okay, this is old footage from the incident, but according to Breeze, it was suppressed in court. So a lot of people didn't get to see this footage. And the congresswoman and his legal team, I believe, made a website putting all of the information on the website. And this is one of the videos that was suppressed in court for some reason. I don't know what the reason was. And Bree said she was hella scared because of jail. No. But this is weird to me that you are the victim, you were shot, and you're scared to go to jail. That's a weird mindset. But my sister said that um she could tell she was scared and she had the adrenaline. Breeze, can you send me that video on IG? Because I was not able to find that video that you're talking about.
Glass? Where? Where we were coming from? But I'm not from here, so
Okay. I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
No, ma'am. I mean, no, sir.
She was also very concerned about her image and how this story would make her look. The storyline of getting super drunk at Kylie Jenner's house, trying to fight Kylie Jenner, fighting your best friend, fighting a man that night, being exposed for sleeping with the man that your best friend is doing a sneaky link with, that looks bad for you. That looks horrible. And then stepping on a glass because you're super intoxicated and you're just drunk looks horrible. But the storyline of this really angry man shot at you because you stood up for yourself, now that storyline looks wonderful for your career. So you could understand how that got concocted as soon as she picked up that phone and called Rock Nation about the quote-unquote incident afterwards. I can almost tell you how that conversation went, bruh. Don't say nothing. Let's intervene. Let's try to get this all cleaned up. Because looking like a horrible drunk who was sleeping with your best friend's man looks crazy. Now, the police didn't just take her word for it.
Now, I want y'all to know everything that he just said is his account and is alleged. You know, I just want to make that clear. Angela said, and I think she made a really, really good point. She is a smart businesswoman who uses her sex appeal. Sexy rappers only have a short time span to make their money. And her, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, I heard that Megan's last tour didn't sell that well. But yes, she's right. They only have a short amount of time because it's like, let's just be real here. We're all gonna get old. You know what I'm saying? Like life is gonna happen, and there ain't nothing that you can do about life. But that is his theory. Let me put this back on the scene. That is his theory about what happened with Megan.
And at the scene, they discovered enough evidence to show that Megan Thee Stallion stepped on glass, which is why when the police charged Tory Lanez initially, they only charged Tory Lanez for gun possession.
Hey, Drip, what's going on, Drip? Ooh, Drip, your sound is really bad. You want to leave and come back, or do it again? Does it sound bad to you? It sounds like popping to me. It's weird because I've been seeing you on other panels and your sound be good, but then when you come over here, it be choppy. I don't get it.
It's not in my control, to be honest.
Ooh, Drip, leave and come back, maybe. Okay, so when Drip comes back, we're gonna get him back upstage. I was like, is it me or what? But I be seeing Drip on other shows and his sound be good. And then when you come over here, it be choppy. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. But that is Poetic Flocko, what he thinks may have happened. He thinks that Megan spun the story the way she did because she didn't want to look bad. She wanted to protect her image, which I don't know how much protecting she needs to do for her image because to me, it don't seem like that great of an image already. But it's something that she wants to protect. I'm curious to see if she's going to respond.
Possession because they found a gun, I think, on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatch.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all we have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told.
And then there's some cash over. Looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all together.
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself, getting out of the vehicle.
Okay. So her friends didn't cut her then.
Right.
Well. Yeah.
Rear passengers step out of the vehicle.
So you guys heard where the officer stated, okay, Drip, we got you. You heard when the officer stated that she believes that she stepped on glass, which is what actually cut her foot. People are taking that and running with that as to Megan lied. And I'm not sure she lied or not because I wasn't there. All we can do is make our opinions. One thing I will say, though, when the police come to the scene and they're the first responders pretty much, they don't have much time to really put the story together and vet it. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of going off of what they see and what you say. So, but she went from stepping on glass to getting shot, which is a big jump. If somebody shoots me in the leg, I'm going to know immediately. Like, that's not something that you forget. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, Angela said Megan couldn't afford to have male fans turn against her. Not just the male fans, the women fans, but the women fans, even to this day, they still support Megan. One thing I would say is it seems like Megan has a core base. And that core base, like my sister, they still support her and they feel like Megan was wrong. And they kind of like put it in their minds where it's somehow Tory's fault. And it could be. I'm just saying this is how they feel. They don't feel like it was Megan's fault. They feel like Megan's innocent. They love that woman. And they love her music. They still play her music to this day. But if these allegations, or if she really did lie on Tory, I do think that is going to affect her fan base and how much she's able to grow. Because then everyone's going to be looking at you like you're a liar, like you don't have credibility. That is what she said. She said she originally was not trying to snitch on Tory or Cussy. For her to not be trying to snitch on Tory at first, she sure is snitching now. And she said it was because he went public with it first. I don't know. But she sure is snitching now. What changed? What changed? She went from I don't want to snitch to yelling who did it. So that's a big jump. But thank you so much, Angela and the Foodiegang, for giving your perspective on the story. And I'm one of those people that even if I don't agree with your opinion, that doesn't mean that this is not a safe place where everyone can state their opinion. That's what we're here for. We're supposed to all be different. I don't want y'all to think what I'm thinking. I want y'all to think something else. And I appreciate you guys giving insight on this story because this is one of those stories one of those cases that everybody kind of was following at one point in time. So I think that's Megan.
Keep going. Hey, stop. Move to the left. Keep moving.
It's right down the floor.
Move back.
Oh, she cut herself.
The corruption here is crazy. The police officer literally watched her with her own eyes, seen her in 4K with her own eyes, stepping on the bottle, and then began to limp. She stepped on the bottle in front of the police officers. You just heard her say, oh man, she just stepped on the bottle and she cut her. So if they watched her step on the bottle, cut herself open, probably had some fragments go in the open wound because she's walking on literal glass at the time. How does this equate to Tory Lanez popped at her? Now, I do believe a gun was shot that night. Don't get me wrong. A gun was indeed shot that night. But I don't think that gun is what penetrated Megan Thee Stallion's skin.
Ma'am, do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What woman you know who just got shot is talking that calmly, is that composed, is that stoic? A gunshot victim is that composed, that stoic? It's kind of like somebody just sitting on the curb, man, like just waiting for the police to go away. Is that, come on, bro. Bro, anybody with a brain can look at this and say, bro, what are we doing here, bro? How do we go from this to somebody being in jail right now for 10 plus years? This is crazy. And they even showed the hospital footage where Megan Thee Stallion is telling the doctors, yeah, I stepped on glass, it's whatever.
And so what happened with you were just one ball stick on the glass. I didn't really cut my right foot. I just stepped on glass the other day. So you were already hurt when you got to the right. And then at that point, your friends were running down from the hospital.
Pay attention to her saying, I stepped on glass the other day too. So she already had an open wound. And that would make sense when we get to the gun and the bullet fragments and other things involved in this case. But I stepped on glass the other day too. So hence when she stepped on glass tonight, it just re-aggravated the open wounds she already had. They provided the full timeline to expose the story that Megan Thee Stallion told.
So remember the website that the congresswoman was talking about called, I think it's called 36 Hours Later. They made a website, the congresswoman and the legal team. And on this website, they have posted pretty much like a CSI map of the timeline of timeline contradicts Megan's claims. So it's all here. And okay, so Megan posts about being shot. Megan names Dacer to police. I don't know what a Dacer is. Megan goes, Dacer is Tory's last name, I believe, or his first name. Megan goes live on his birthday. Megan publicly names Tory as the shooter. And then Tory Lanez tweets for the first time to my fans, I'm sorry for my silence, but respectively, I got time today, 9 p.m. Pacific time. And then he did an IG live responding to Megan. Y'all know how I feel about the internet and social media. I feel like social media is a poor man's PR. With Megan and Tory, with all that they have to lose, all the money that they already paid for legal teams, PR, and lawyers, they shouldn't even be doing IG lives, airing out anybody. Because when you put that much money on the table, you need to protect it the right way. Why are you using your personal TikTok, Instagram account to air somebody out when you have thousands of followers? It's just like really just crazy to me. Like, why don't you guys utilize the resources that you already have or that you pay for? I don't get it. And then with the IG, there's just some people on the internet too who, no matter what, are not going to agree with you. And Angela said they found bullet fragments in her feet. Flacco is a member of the Rainbow group and is always biased against women celebrities. But Angela, are those bullet fragments lost? Or are they in evidence? Like now, 17 is why y'all trolling Flacco? Y'all don't like Flacco over here? Breeze was talking about him. Look, this is how they do Flacco. Breeze was talking about him. Angela was talking about him. Y'all be going hard. But this website was made by the Congresswoman and I believe Tory's legal team. So Flocka didn't have anything to do with building the website. He just putting the story together. And I get it. Y'all might not agree with his personal claim or his personal ideas, but I like this video because he put all the evidence together. So here's a timeline of events. Oh, and there's dates down here at the bottom. There's dates down here at the bottom. But yes, the going live on IG is just crazy to me. Like even if I had beef with somebody, I wouldn't go on Facebook and air them out. Drip, what's up? Let me get a sound check.
Okay, how does my mic sound?
It sounds a little bit better. It's still choppy, but we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And Anna said, I think she said more fragments were still in her feet. I don't know. But wait. Okay, so I have worked in the medical field before. Anytime anything gets taken out of your body, they save it. They send it to a lab for testing, or it'll go into evidence. And it is true that evidence has gotten lost before, but it's just really, really fishy that them bullet fragments got lost. Drip, what's going on? How you doing today?
I'm okay.
Yeah. Do you have any commentary on the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez situation and this
I
new
feel it's
or
very complicated. I'm still
what'd
speaking
you
to
say?
my friend. As man said though, it's basically complicated. I said it's
I agree
complicated.
with that part. Yeah,
Okay,
I
hold
do
on.
agree with that statement.
It's complicated on both sides though. That's what all I feel though. Cause look, I mean look, if he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's not guilty, he's not guilty. Don't mean I want him free though, man. Man should be arrested still. But I don't believe he's guilty on this type of thing though. Something else maybe, but not on this though. I don't know what to think though.
I'm gonna say this. Normally when you go to court and you're found guilty, there has to be no doubt that you did or didn't do it. It has to be clear cut. This case does seem like it has a lot of doubts. So
I'm
I'm
just
kind of
saying
with
though
Trevor,
to
like
me
I don't know if he did this, but maybe something else. But this, it's a real like sketchy.
yeah, I'm not just saying that about him. I feel like on both sides though, man. To be real with you though, I don't know who to believe anymore, man. I'm saying, look, he's still like basically he's still responsible for his own actions and vice versa, man. But I don't know who's guilty and who's not guilty anymore, man. Because I used to believe one side over the other. Now I'm just basically very undecided though.
Me, I'm kind of undecided too. I do feel like Megan. I don't know Megan. I don't know if I don't know. Cause it's weird. Cause it would be different if we saw the footage and she was like, "Yeah, I was shot." Went to the hospital and they were like, "Yeah, you were shot." Just pull out a bullet and then we could verify that she was shot. But the fact that that's not what we're looking at, and we're looking at y'all saying it's glass, and then y'all change the story later, saying y'all were protecting people, you didn't want to snitch on nobody. You went from snitching to yell. You went from not wanting to snitch to yelling. It was Tory. So I don't know.
Well, I know, man. That's just so I'm doing it. That's how I feel. And I even feel like basically Kelsey herself. I just feel like basically all three of them, though, it's hard to decide who's guilty and who's not
He
guilty,
said,
man. It's complicated on all sides, man.
yeah, Drip said, lock everybody up.
It's just lock everybody. I'd say lock everybody up depending on what they find out and depending on what side they actually, if they find out, when we find out more details though, then we'll see though. But I don't know what to think, man. Man's still undecided though.
Angela said, he basically was convicted of having possession of a weapon because the court has banned him from having one. California
Okay.
does have really strict gun laws, I've heard.
Yeah. Wait, but what about her friend though? Do you think she's guilty too? Like, she had the reason to do it and stuff like that. Because I don't know what to think, man. I
I
don't,
definitely
don't,
think that she's
don't,
guilty.
yeah, I just feel like this though, man. Just because I'm undecided don't mean I'm not on anybody's side. I feel like this though. If he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's not guilty, he's not guilty. And what about them two as well though? I probably feel vice versa. I'm not on one side or the other anymore. I just feel like this. Whatever happens, happens. That is what I'm going with though. And what happens if it turns out
Yeah.
though both sides ain't right though? So I don't know what to think anymore, man.
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, I would say this, Trip. It seems like everyone did something wrong here. I don't think anybody was 100% correct and 100% innocent.
Yeah, it's probably.
And
I agree to
it's
that. I got one
unfortunate.
question. Do you think her friend did it though? Do you think her friend literally was the one to
I
literally pull
mean,
it?
if she did do it, she got away. I think she kind of did do it because it's like they didn't even spend any time considering if it could be her. They just canceled her out from the get go, gave her immunity, and she went on her way. I
Yeah.
mean,
Wait, but
she
it's
did
also
do it,
kind
she
of
got
strange as
away.
well though. What about her friend basically sending out a diss track against her and then basically though afterwards though
You
it's
know
got
what?
like a
I
really
forgot. I forgot about the diss tracks. There, man. I feel like everybody had a part to play in this situation.
that's
Nobody's
what I
100%.
feel too though. I
But
feel
I
that
don't feel like
too.
it should have gone this far.
Yeah, that's how I feel to be honest though as well, man. I don't know what to think anymore though. Hey, look, I'm not saying either side's not guilty or not guilty, and I ain't gonna take away what you're going through, man. But I just don't know what to believe anymore. That's what I'm saying, and I'm being real honest though. That's my real honest thought that I don't know what to think anymore. I'm very undecided though, because I feel like I don't know which side is right or not, because everyone's very responsible for what they got going.
Yeah, and I don't feel like anybody was 100% innocent. Like you guys all played a part in this situation. I don't really see Kelsey or Megan Thee Stallion backing down from a fight, especially not Megan Thee
Yeah.
Stallion. She'd
Wait,
beat
but
somebody up real
wasn't like
quick.
basically Kelsey was in a relationship with Tory while they did that though, I think. Like basically like he was cheating.
That's what I heard. That's what it sounds like. He was.
I
It sounds like
no, I think he
he for
was.
everybody.
I probably think no, but he was probably in a relationship with Kelsey though, but he's also a serial cheater though, I guess. 'Cause that's what I heard about him though. People saying though he's a cheater. Because it's not one time he's done it. He's like basically he serially did it.
Oh wow! But you know what? You can choose to cheat on people. It's not right. But just be prepared because you never know how somebody's gonna react. Some people could snap. Some people could say they don't care and walk away. But when you do something like this to people, but their emotions are tied into it, you don't know what you're gonna get back.
I probably agree with you, but the use of pink substances also played a part in it, though. I ain't accusing neither side, man. Still undecided about asking this question. What about substances, though? They were clearly drunk as well while they did that.
If you're asking some good questions out here, you getting ready for your interviews.
Yeah.
um,
I would
I
consider doing
do
interviews
think
in the long-term future if I wanted to. I literally said, I literally told you though that's my long-term idea in future. I would want to interview them rappers that are like them UK artists. Though I want to interview long-term in future, but for now, I'm just interested. I'm just happy with what I got going on now. But if I had to literally change my, what I do now in the long-term future and say like when it actually does happen someday, that's what I probably want to consider, interviewing them artists though, that's what I feel
yeah,
like I want
I
to do.
think you're gonna do a great job, and I think you asked a great question. Was do I think that substances played a part in this? I
Yeah,
do. I do think
sometimes.
I know for a fact they were drunk with the, they probably were high too. Let's be real, probably smoking some weed or something allegedly. I think that plays a big part in your decision making. And do you
Yeah,
guys know a person, or do you guys know someone that when they get drunk, they get angry? I've seen people like that. When they start drinking, they get angry, they get mad. And so Kelsey could have already have knew about Megan and Tory, but when she got that little liquor in her, she could have started getting mad about it.
okay, anyways, so you're right though, man. Anyways, now Eric is very funny though. I really saying okay, I hope I stay on topic. Nah, that is funny
Yeah.
though, man. I'll be real with you though. I'll be real with you, man. That was funny though, I'll admit that. Sometimes I can stay on topic if needed to. So sometimes I just, get off topic for a minute, but then I always come back.
Yes.
Anyways,
And then Angela said Tory was community D. He was trying to feed everybody. He trying to feed the streets. Look, you can do that if you want to. You can mess with all these different people, but like we're seeing out here in the media, just be prepared because everybody's not going to be cool with you doing that to them.
yeah, that
You
makes
know what I'm
sense.
saying? Like
It's just so tight
they
though
could
as
have
well,
grabbed
though.
that gun and shot him. You got to be careful playing with people's emotions.
Yeah, but it's also the soul ties as well. It's a spirit aspect too, though, as well. Like what he don't realize on a spirit level as well. The more and more he does that, he's tying his souls to energies, though, that that don't want that, though, or like what he attracts or what he put out is what he's getting back. So if he keeps doing that, though, he's gonna get what he get. So the more and more he do that,
If
the more and more he
you
gets.
preaching today,
Sorry, what was that you said?
that's, I said you preaching today. Go ahead, Drew. You making some great points.
Yeah, I had this basically. I was, this morning though, today, I think Freezy was talking about it. I saw that on Freezy, and then I came up and talked about it though with them there though.
Mhm.
So basically, though, I heard about what happened though and stuff like that. And also that he did play a clip of basically Kelsey saying, no, like it's hard for her to trust and stuff like that. Well, do you think she's suspicious though for saying what she's saying? Like her herself at her when okay, trust is one thing that's understandable, but what do you think about her herself though, like when it comes to that her herself though, but like she's saying that as well, do you think that's kind of off though?
I think Kelsey was sketchy from the moment she got immunity. It's sketchy. And
Yeah,
her talking about trust. And I think once she got that immunity, it was sketchy. Everything
and
after that is sketchy that she does. Because why did she just get a free pass? Who did she know? Who sent her?
yeah,
Like, who
but we
her
told
life?
her though. I was gonna ask this: who told her to take down the diss tracks as well, and just basically agreed to doing that, though? That's the real question, though, because basically, though, she was. I know there were diss tracks involved as well, but she was like literally, doing the diss track. He like literally sent a diss track dissing her and stuff like that, though. So
It's just sad because this situation didn't have to go down like this. But this is why y'all need to stop playing with people. Everybody ain't playing. Okay?
mhm,
And Megan is a very scorned woman at this point in time.
yeah. But I'm
Yeah.
probably saying, though, yeah, but I'm also basically keeping it real. Also, though, don't mean I don't want him out, though. Keep him in there, though, but I don't feel, I don't know what side to believe anymore. That's what I'm saying, though, to be real. So, I don't know who to believe, though, anymore, though. Doesn't mean, though, I want him free. Or I don't believe her. I'm not going to take away either side, though. I just don't know who's right and who's wrong, though. Because we'll see more will come out and stuff like that. Because the way both sides have said stuff and the way it's done, though, it's hard to actually take one side or the other, man.
Yes, it is hard to believe either side. All we can do is look and speculate. I'm gonna play some more of this video drip, and yeah, if you want to meet up while I play this video, I'm gonna play the video, and then I'll read some more comments from the chat. So this is the website that the Congresswoman and some of the lawyers created, and this website has all of Megan's contradictory claims on here.
Of I try to protect Tory Lanez initially, but the only reason I'm saying he shot me now is because he spoke out first. They provided a timeline to show that was an absolute lie. She did not say she stepped on glass initially to protect Tory Lanez, and she didn't change her minds because Tory Lanez spoke out first. That's a lie. So the timeline here goes. Megan posted about being shot on July 15, 2020. Megan names Tory Lanez to the police the following day, on July 16th of 2020. Tory Lanez haven't gone public yet. July 27th, Megan Thee Stallion goes live on Tory Lanez's birthday. Specifically, this was her first live. It goes on August 20th. Megan Thee Stallion publicly names Tory Lanez as the shooter, but she already named Tory Lanez as the shooter to the police already. Okay, and she goes live on his birthday to taunt him. Continues. Daystar tweets for the first time. So this is when Tory Lanez first tweet to clear his name. Tory Lanez goes live October 20th. This is the first time Tory Lanez goes live to clear his name. So they like, hold on, bro. If you told the police you got shot, if you got shot the day afterwards, and you only told them you stepped on glass to protect Tory Lanez, then one, why'd you tell the police you got shot the day after? And then why did you go public naming Tory Lanez when Tory Lanez hadn't spoken or done any press whatsoever? Peep how Megan said in her statement, the narrative that's been reported about Sunday morning's events are inaccurate. She will claim that she was a victim, that she suffered a gunshot wound, and that they pulled bullets from out of her legs. She says, I was never arrested. The police officers drove me to the hospital where I underwent surgery to remove the bullets. Bullets? There was no bullet.
Okay, so I do think the difference between bullets and bullet fragments is a big difference. If somebody shot you in the foot, I feel like your foot would be real messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a lot of teeny bones in our feet. So I feel like, yeah, bullets and bullet fragments are two different things, though, in my opinion. So I think she is reaching with that statement. And then, why do you need to issue statements on Instagram, TikTok? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. The only statement you need to be giving it is to the police if somebody allegedly shot you. We don't care on here on the internet. No, we're not saying that we don't care. We're not gonna pray for you. We're not gonna act like doing. But it's by you going to the internet, and then when you were talking to police, you had a whole different story. It looks sketchy. It really does. Do you
Mm-hmm.
have anything to say about this?
Well, I kind of agree with you on what you're saying, though, also, but I also feel on his side, also, though, the way his behavior is also. That's why I was just saying what I was saying, though. When it came to both sides, though, it's hard to see which one was right, because I don't know, man. Starting to doubt both sides, though, man.
When you say his behavior, can you give us some specific um patterns of his behavior or some specific examples of his behavior?
Wait, isn't he like a felon, though, but he was carrying a firearm?
I think he might have had some type of history.
Okay, but anyways, though, I don't know, to be honest, though. That's why I said I was undecided, though. I was just
Yeah, no,
asking.
no. When you say his behaviors, I know that you're from the UK and you have like a religious background. So I was the way that the way he operates is probably how a lot of people in America operate because they think it's
You
okay
get
of
people in
like
the UK
being
who
with a lot of
also.
different women.
No, but I was gonna be real with you as well. In the UK, you actually do get people like that in the UK. But me personally, I don't operate like that. I'm just going off what I personally believe. But if we take it off me, though, you get people like that who
Yeah.
behave in the UK also, though. It's not any different there over here. Over here, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just done differently.
And that's why I'm so glad you're here, Drip, because I feel like a lot of times we get used to we feel like we're the only ones, and you're saying you're not. You know, there are people all over the world and in the UK who be acting the same way. The only thing is different is like
Everyone's
the
different though
environment.
on how they move. It's not just the environment though, it's how the person moves personally. Everybody's different though. When you actually mention that though, you are correct though, in mostly though. But I'm also saying there are people in the UK who do the exact same thing though. There are people in the UK move like that.
Yes, I do think that his behavior,
Just depends
as
what
far as
area.
like he was like living like a teenager almost. In my opinion, like all these like being with all these different people, you're out partying and drinking. Like that's just like a young person's lifestyle, which I don't believe Tory is that old. And he can do what he wants. He's a grown man. But just keep in mind, if you put yourself around those type of people and in that environment, anything is liable to happen.
Okay. Wait, versus you got a
Um,
good point there. As I said, Tory had just punched one or two celebrities before all this happened. Tory thought he was above the law.
I believe that. I saw a couple of interviews where you could tell Tory had a big head. He's from Canada. He came over to America and made all this money while Americans are still struggling. He did have a big head. He did think he was like above the law. He thought he was so high and untouchable. I think that played a part into his downfall. Because no matter what, you need to be level headed. You need to be reasonable. Reasonable. You need to be humble.
Mm-hmm. That's what I feel like as well. I kind of agree with you on that, though. That's how I
Yeah.
see it, though. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
look at
And so
how
I
both
think.
sides is, though, but I don't know. That's just how it is. I get it, though, the way I speak and, how I am personally. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I get you on how it is, but actually in the UK, it's very similar in a way. There are cases like that, though. It's just that depending on which area it is, though, where you go. I think very much if you go south, though, if you go to South London, stuff like that, the South London has a higher crime rate and stuff like that. So when you go down more South London and stuff like
Mm.
that, you probably get more rougher. But anyways, though,
Wow. Sure, I'm so glad you're here to kind of make it so like we're not living like a bubble. You know what I'm saying? Not just looking at here,
yeah,
but we're able to look at around the world, because you are here, you do have a different perspective. But do think Tory was
I
moving
feel I'm
kind of
not
reckless.
affected. It's not just like I'm familiar with some stuff that goes on over here, but I'm also familiar with some stuff that goes on in America too, though. Because I actually do check in though as well, though, you know. I'm very interested in what goes on over there also, you know. So I kind of know a bit.
Yeah, you know, Drip is smart. He's smart. But yes, this is what Megan said. Y'all, if you are going through a legal battle, stay off the internet. Don't make statements. Get a lawyer if you can afford one, or just be quiet. Because
Mhm.
this is what's gonna happen. What we're doing now, we're gonna read what she said or he is, and we're poking holes through it. That's so it's like you're better off just being quiet. You know. Um. But this is her statement. Okay, so she said she underwent surgery to remove the bullets. I'm incredibly grateful to be alive and that I'm expected to make a full recovery. But it was important for me to clarify the details about this traumatic night. I'm currently focused on my recovery so I can return back to my life and back to making music as soon as possible. When she said, I'm grateful to be alive. Um, when someone is shot, you must have that feeling of like, oh, I survived. But I don't know, man. I don't know. That was that a reach, or is she reaching? Is she being dramatic, or is she telling the truth, Drip? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say I don't know. I'm gonna abstain because I don't know, man. I mean, partly though, because look, I partly kind of see what you mean, though. I don't know. I'm more straight down the middle on this one though, because I'm gonna abstain right now. I don't know what to think.
But she did put
I'm
some
not
key
gonna
words
take
in
away
here.
from what you've been through, also though. You know, I'm not gonna take
Yeah,
away from it. Though. I ain't gonna take away from that. But I don't know what to believe anymore, man. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. It must not be a good feeling to have your personal business and if something that you feel was traumatic to you to be all over the internet, but at the same time, when you're a celebrity, that's kind of what you sign up for, you know? It's just it must be frustrating. But stop trying to prove stuff to the internet. The internet's gonna do what the internet does. And I think a lot of people be trying to prove stuff to the internet.
I don't know, man.
But I'm gonna play some more of this video and let's see what they got to say.
Bullets found in Megan Thee Stallion's leg. And the reason why Megan Thee Stallion was worried about being arrested, because if you look at the pictures they took at the police station of Kelsey's legs had nothing but cuts and scratches on it. Megan Thee Stallion did a number on Kelsey, and she bragged about it in her song. Right? You could literally see in the song the lyrics says, "Who a snitch? I ain't never went to the police," with no names. So this is a song called "Shots Fired" by Megan Thee Stallion. She raps. Who a snitch? I ain't never went to the police with no names. I thought a bid that got her chain snatched called a loss have something to say. Hey, you think it's out of the realm of possibility that Kelsey, after getting whooped on by a woman 4 to 5 inches taller than her with about 50 pounds on her, you think it's out of the realm of possibility that she picked up a gun to defend herself? I don't think so. And this storyline, my perspective, lines up with what the only eyewitness said. What I think happened, my theory, is Megan Thee Stallion and Kelsey got into a brutal fight. Tory Lanez tried to break it up. Kelsey grabbed a gun and fired shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed. However, the bullet fragments ricocheted. And they ricocheted and got into her foot due to the open wound she already had from stepping on glass in the prior days. And then when they all got back in the vehicle, right? And when they all got back into the vehicle, I believe what took place was Megan Thee Stallion then hopped out the vehicle, stepped on glass further, re-aggravate the wound, made the wound look so much more crazy. The police said, what the heck is this? That's what happened. That's the only story that makes sense, and the eyewitness account backs that up. Here is Sean Kelly, the only eyewitness of this case, telling the police that he's seen Kelsey shoot Megan Thee Stallion or fire shots at Megan Thee Stallion. The shots missed.
So there is an eyewitness that was there, did see a little bit of the night of the shooting. Now it was dark. And so he did see something. And now we're gonna listen to his account of what happened that night. Hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel in the meantime.
They shot out of the car?
Well, the windows were open, that's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't
No,
really
they
see
were
it.
on my side. The girl opened the door, two girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car. Doors of the Escalade open, and the girl came out and pulled open the passenger door and started screaming and yelling at somebody in the car.
So the girl who came out of the passenger, you're talking about the front passenger?
No, the rear.
The rear passenger. So the girl comes out of the rear passenger and she goes to the front passenger?
Yeah.
And she opens up the car door?
Yeah.
And then what happens?
They're screaming and shouting at each other and they start fighting.
The two girls?
Yeah, I can see one like feet coming out trying to kick her and the other one's fighting and then the passenger gets out.
Now I would say this. Girls be beefing anyway. I could see two women, if they were messing around with the same man and they maybe didn't know it, I could see two women getting in a fight over that. That part did not sound crazy to me. And especially if you have friends, girlfriends, you know how it is. You can fight one day and be cool the next day. But especially if they're, like Drip said, they are drinking, everyone's kind of a little bit drunk, a little bit tipsy, and then you start thinking about how your friend messing around with your man, or maybe you found it out in that moment. I could see how that could lead to a fight. I believe that part. Very believable. Drip, do you have anything to say before we play it again?
Probably not though. I said what I needed to say.
That's what I'm talking about. Drip don't gotta say a bunch of words. He gotta say a couple of things, make his point, and wait till the evidence come out.
Yeah,
Drip.
I can say a lot of words though, but right now I don't know, man. So said what I needed to
And
say. Let me play
I
the
hope
clip.
that people learn from Tory Lanez and his actions, and Drip has a great head on his shoulders. He knows exactly what he wants in life. Drip got more sense than a lot of y'all out here.
Yeah,
and
out of
Drip is
your
laid back. I never
perspective,
heard him yelling at nobody, or he's got
only
respect.
one time. Thank you, appreciate that. The only one time though, only one time that happened. After that, I've never done that afterwards though. Only one time.
Yeah, but I love how cool and calm you are. And you know what? People don't need to be out here yelling at each other and all that. Like, look, I say my piece and I'm gonna be done after that. Okay?
Yeah. Because look, I have my breaking points too, though. I can literally go off and literally do the exact same thing, but why waste my energy online, man? Why waste my energy doing all that type of thing when I don't have to, though?
Drip, that's exactly how I feel. It's too much energy put on the wrong thing.
Yeah. I also, to
You
me, though, when
know?
it comes to this type of thing, though, it's perspective to me, though. I don't, ain't judging, no, because, because the same thing can happen to me, not the situation, but the same thing for me can get exposed anyway, that can get exposed. Like, look, you know, that's why you're not supposed to call out or demean other people's sin, because you yourself could commit something worse than the person, though. That's why I ain't, saying, doing what, that's why I ain't doing that, though, because I just know what's up, though. So I just say, look, I can give perspective, and I'll just leave it at perspective, though, because it ain't in my place to do that.
Drip, you're absolutely right. And one of the things that you said that I really agree with is that this situation can happen to anybody. Anybody could get caught up in a bad situation. Anybody could lose their job. You know what I'm saying? So we got to keep that in mind. We got to be respectful. But one thing I do hope is that whoever lied, whoever told the truth, I hope that they make peace with this situation. And whatever that peace looks like is going to be up to God at the end of the day. You know? And even if Tory was wrongfully convicted, there's a reason why you ended up in there. And it's not just Megan. You need to take some accountability for your actions. And you need to start moving better. And one thing I would say is Tory Lanez's dad is well put together. I don't know. Maybe Tory came over here to America and that's what messed him up. Because Tory Lanez's dad, he has some sense and he's well spoken.
Okay. No, I wouldn't say that's just lonely. I just probably feel like the people he hangs around or something like that, though. I don't know. I guess, though, to me, the way I see it is he's responsible for his own. I probably just feel he's responsible for his own actions. He chose to be like that, so he reaps what he sows.
He is that is very true, Drip, and he going through it right now. I'm gonna play some more of this video, and we are listening to the eyewitness statement from that night about what actually happened.
So the girl who does the punching and the kicking is the girl that comes out of the back passenger.
Can we stop there? Because I don't want to. I'll tell you, and then I want to go. My son's on his own.
Yeah, I understand. And it's loud with the cars.
I don't really want to. So basically, the car stopped. The girl in the back got out, started screaming and shouting, ripped the door, pulled the door open, but pulled it so sort of viciously. That's why I presume the driver got out. She starts screaming. She starts hitting the girl. The girl on the side, her feet come out. She starts to kick the girl away. Passenger. They get out, they start fighting here, they start fighting. The driver comes round and tries to sort of break it up. It gets a bit more violent. And between them, the girl then climbs back into the front driver passenger seat.
Where's the shorter black guy?
He's in the back.
He's in the back of the car? Okay.
Then the gun... girl shoots it. So the driver's door is open.
You're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above, but then the guy gets out again from the back.
And you want to know what happened to the only eyewitness who identified the woman shooting at Megan Thee Stallion? That eyewitness came to court, and when he got to court, the prosecutors took him upstairs. Now, the eyewitness was the defense witness. The defense was who called the eyewitness. The prosecutors didn't want to call the eyewitness. The defense called him. But when he got to court, Tory Lanez and his family watched the prosecutors take that eyewitness upstairs. And when he came back downstairs, he didn't speak to Tory Lanez, looked nobody in their eyes, went to the stand and completely changed up his story.
When we sat outside, my wife and I, we saw this gentleman come in and.
Okay, so this is Tory Lanez's father. He's on Piers Morgan, and that is the congresswoman that has been advocating for Tory Lanez. So when Flacco said what he said, here is now the evidence of that, and we're hearing this from his father. So Flacco didn't just make that part up. He did, you know what I'm saying? Get it from Tory Lanez's father. And thank you so much, Drip, for coming up. You guys make sure that y'all subscribe to Young Rios's YouTube channel and join the Drip Squad. And Angela said he was convicted on multiple counts. Even if they throw out the assault with a pow pow, he is going to do time for illegal pow pow possession. Okay. And when they said Tory can't have a gun, was that because of California had strict gun laws, or did something else happen before? And when you said he was a felon, but then I also heard he had a clean record. So yeah, Angela, we gotta look that up. But that's his father that I was just speaking of, Piers Morgan, and then the congresswoman. People are wondering why she attached herself to this case, because California is not in her district. Of course, he's in Florida. But let's get back into the footage. I gotta actually hit the button.
We sat down and it was identified for us that, oh, this is Mr. Sean Kelly. He's sitting across from us on the other side of the hallway. And as we sat there, the prosecution came out, one of their detectives or investigators rather, and one of the prosecutors, they took this gentleman, they went upstairs, I believe it was to the 14th floor at that time. By the time this man came down, the witness they did not want to call, this man came down and his testimony became so embellished with other nonsense that people who saw it just looked at it and said, this is crazy.
Imagine telling the police seconds, minutes after the
Tory Lanez's father is alleging that for the eyewitness that was there on the night of the story or the night of the incident, when he came in to testify, they took him upstairs, and when he came back down, his story switched up. That's according to his father. I don't know if it's the truth or not, but it is interesting to hear. And I feel like this. If you're for Megan, you're going to be for Megan. If you're for Tory, you're going to be for Tory. But I'm for the truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm for the facts. And as I don't know. Okay, we'll have to look into that. Because then I heard he was a felon. And then I heard he didn't have records. So I'm like, which one is it? And then, well, I guess back in that, because Tory Lanez is not from America. So I wonder why they didn't, like, if he did get a felony, I'm surprised they didn't, hold on, let me fix my hair. There we go. Surprised they didn't deport him, but during that time, they were being very generous, or they were being very nice, and they're leaving people alone. Now, if you're not from here and you get in this trouble, now they gonna send you back to where you came from. Don't get in trouble now, y'all. Especially if you ain't from here. They ain't playing with y'all no more. Trump ain't playing with y'all. Okay. Angela said Tory's father is passed. Okay. That makes sense of why he is so well spoken. Because every time he talks, he has one of like those voices that just carries, and he's able to articulate himself so well. But we all have heard about kids who their father is a pastor. They'll have a great upbringing, and then when they get out of the house, they wild out. And I think that's because maybe they were not exposed to a lot of the stuff. So maybe when Tory got over to America, he started making all that money. He was like, hey, I'm about to indulge. And maybe that's why he was wilding out and doing crazy stuff, but I don't know. So let's go back in and we're gonna see what else Flacco has to say. Even though y'all don't like him.
Incident, everything you just saw fresh on your mind. And then a year and a half later, you go to tell that same story you told the police, and the prosecutors walk you upstairs, walk you back downstairs, and your entire testimony changed. Now all of a sudden you seen Tory Lanez shooting. This to me is the corruptness that went on. Also, by the way, the owner of the gun, the prosecutor sealed that information. The owner of the gun, the name of the owner got sealed. Nobody knows.
It does seem like the owner of the gun should have been a pivotal piece to the story. Because then it's like, okay, well, yeah, we know there's a gun, but where did it come from? So whoever the gun was registered to, I do feel like that information should have been shared. I don't know why it was a secret, why they weren't telling. If y'all know, let me know. That's weird. There's a lot of weird things that happened in this case and that are still happening in this case with Tory and Megan. But now we have the Congresswoman. Hold on, y'all, something weird happening. Now we have the Congresswoman, we have Tory's father, they're going through on the press. People have to say bad things about the press, but one good thing about the press is that when you want to get out a certain word, a certain message, going to the press and the media can get that message out there very, very quickly. And one thing we can say is that the message that they want to get out is that Tory is innocent. Okay, Bree said he was going to send me the Ring camera footage because I have not been able to find it. He is alleging, or he's saying that there is more footage out there. And if any of y'all have it, send it to me, please. Give me an email. I cannot find the footage that he is referring to. So apparently there's more footage. It's just not looking too good for Megan. I don't know why my thing is. My bad, y'all. My screen kind of froze a little bit. Okay, we get over here. We get over here. Okay, hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Share this video, leave a comment, but share. Super important so that we never know who's watching and we want to get the word out there about 907 Good Eats. Let me, when you guys hear that one day I spilled my tea, I was so mad. I was like, so let me move my big old jug of water to the other side. Okay, and we gotta, and Angela said the police probably let the witness know that they could be charged if they didn't tell the truth. Ooh. Okay, Angela, so you think that Tory did it was the truth? And you think that was the truth? And that's why he changed the story? Look. No, this ain't true. This is not true because how could you pardon Diddy when Diddy hasn't been sentenced? He hasn't been sentenced. He went through trial. How do you pardon a trial? Come on, y'all. All right. Do it wrong? Let me know. Let me know. But I don't think that that's true. Because Diddy hasn't been charged with anything. So that's why you got to be careful out here with what news source you're listening to. You always got to do your research. You got to fact check it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see if I have any other videos on the Megan and Tory situation. There's this one, but I don't wonder if they have anything new here. So they're saying that I'm gonna pull up this part of this. No, I'm not gonna play the whole video, but I'm just gonna play this ending part because it was like he went a little bit more into detail on this particular video that I'm looking at. Okay, so Diamond Eye said, "Well, we have to look into this. Who is Jamil? Who is that? I don't know who that is." And Tisha, which is Tisha Tells, big YouTuber, just said Trump is going to pardon him. I was just trying to help you out. Well, I'm gonna have to look into that because how do you pardon someone that hasn't been charged with anything? So we have to, and that's the thing about going live. You can be live talking about a story, and something else can happen. You be like, dang, and then when you get off live, you find out. But we're gonna have to look into that. Like I said, fact check everything. Don't believe anybody. Even the stuff I'll be up here saying, do your research, check it out for yourself. Oh, you know what? Okay, so yesterday, let me drop the link for the video yesterday. We talked about pardons. The Chrisleys, which Chrisley knows best, was pardoned. NBA Youngboy was also pardoned. And yes, NBA Youngboy was pardoned. Larry Hoover. And I believe it was you, Angela. You said that Trump is selling pardons, or people are paying for them, is what some people are alleging. So in here, she said, for the right price, Tory might be able to buy a pardon. Oh, you know why? You know why Tory can't buy a pardon from Trump? Because Tory's charges are on the state level. Trump only has the authority to do federal pardons, I believe. Now, he got all them lawyers, he might find a loophole. So Gavin Newsom has to pardon Trump. It can't be Trump because Tory's charges are on the state level. Now, they might try to find a loophole, try to spin it. I don't know, but I'm just telling y'all, he got state charges. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the pardons, and it was a great show. Y'all didn't want to let me go, but I had to run. Okay, here's a live stream where we talked about the pardons. Presidential pardon is a once in a lifetime thing. And if my family was in jail, I would want them to get a pardon from Trump or any president. I don't even care what president it was. I want my family members to get pardoned. Trauma, what is going on? He said, "What's up, Q-Tough? What's going on, Trauma? Trauma, I know you've been reporting on this. Y'all, Trauma, go ahead and drop your link. Trauma, let me talk to you about Trauma. Okay. He be reporting all capital letters. He be having inside scoop. He'll tell you what they was wearing in prison. He'll tell you what he has way more information than me. And great live streams, great content, and it's an open panel format if y'all ever want to join his show. But he be doing some great report. He break it down. I'm talking about he be up there for 10 hours, 12 hours. Look, y'all got about 3-4 hours about me, and then I gotta go. I gotta go after that. But we up here talking about bombshell footage. Bombshell footage shows Megan lied on Tory Lanez and Remy Ma messed up, which we all know that. We ain't even gotten into the Remy part yet. You said thank you, 907 Goodies. Yes, and you know what? I've met some great people on YouTube. I just kind of I go everywhere. I be looking I can hear what everybody thinks. Whether I agree with you or not, I want to hear what what other people got to say. And then here is the link for his YouTube channel. Y'all go ahead and subscribe to it. Okay. So I have a video from Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews on YouTube. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm just going to play like the middle and the end. He's on that website that was created by the Congresswoman, and he's going to show more details on that website. It's like this, though. I feel like the men think Megan is a liar. The women think they believe Megan. And I think that that's kind of why, like, it kind of has become like a gender thing almost, kind of, you know? I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show y'all all the facts and let y'all come to your own conclusions about who lying, who telling the truth. And it really is not our business, but when you bring stuff to the internet and you be making lies, then it becomes the internet's business. Okay, I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Oh, Angela, okay, so Angela said Diddy has federal charges. RICO, smacks trafficking through fraud, force or coercion, transporting to engage in to engage in prostitution. Y'all know what you're talking about. Trump can pardon him. So, okay, so Angela, the president has the authority to pardon someone who is charged but not sentenced. Because even though he was charged, he was never found guilty or innocent. But Trump can pardon him at this point in the game just because he's being charged with something. You know, okay. While we pull up this video, I'm gonna look on the internet real quick, and I'm gonna see if this Diddy thing is true. I want to see what y'all talking about. This is live on air reporting the story breaking live. Shout out to the Foodiegang. Let me pull up this video. And in the meantime, make sure I hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow me on Facebook at Letitia Banks. Join my group on Facebook, Foodiegang fan page. We'll be over there cooking, y'all. And I know I'm always up here cooking, but I want to see what y'all eating at your house. But I'm going to see what you guys are cooking. Okay, I want to be in y'all business. See what you got going on. So this is Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. And we're going to see what we're talking about.
Is perfectly corroborated by both security guards in this situation, right? Tory Lanez bodyguard, and here goes his sworn statement over here towards the left, as well as Kelsey Harris's bodyguard, who was hired for the trial, who overheard Kelsey saying statements such as, "How can I not tell on myself? And how am I protected if I tell certain things?" So it's a lot more clear why she wanted immunity. Together, the statements of Smith, James, and Kelly paint a consistent picture. Two women were fighting. A woman fired the gun. Tory tried to de-escalate the situation. Now let's take another look to re-examine Kelsey's testimony throughout all of this, which has been inconsistent to say the least. Kelsey Harris initially told prosecutors that she witnessed the shooting, but later recanted on the stand, admitting that she lied under pressure. Her Fifth Amendment plea and contradictions compelled the prosecution to introduce her prior statements in full, highlighting their unreliability. Her credibility was compromised, raising reasonable doubt. You can see here in image 14, I can't tell you the time, but yes, July 12, 2020. Question, and you saw what happened during the shooting, didn't you? Answer, I mean, again, no. The way I was positioned, honestly, no. Okay, in September, where you interviewed with us, it was not a blur, correct? Again, I said things to protect myself that night. Question. Okay, well, you said answer that day. Question. You said it's a blur. You're trying to protect yourself, but you're telling us that you didn't see anything or you didn't hear anything. It's a blur. Is that right? Answer. I didn't see anything. So again, when I spoke with you, I said a few different things. Question. Did you shoot Tory? Or excuse me, did you shoot Megan? Answer. No. Who shot Megan? Answer. Again, I was getting out of the car. All I heard was shots I did not actually see. Question. Did you tell us that when you looked at maybe the second or third gunshot, that's when you see Tory and he's in the front seat and he must have jumped over into the front seat and he's leaning over the door over the window? Do you remember telling us that? Answer. Again, our interview was not 100% truthful. Now we're going to switch gears here slightly and speak about, did Tory even touch the firearm at all? All right.
Okay, so I really feel like Kelsey is definitely a shady character. Okay, so this is according to the New York Post. And this was published today about, hold on, let me get them off my screen. Okay, so this is, I'm reading it off my phone. This is according to the New York Post, and this was posted about an hour ago. Trump doesn't rule out pardon for Diddy if convicted of sex trafficking. I should say ST. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I feel like for pardons, a person has to be convicted, and he hasn't been convicted, so I don't think he can pardon him yet. So, instead, Trump is making his own rules for pardons. And thank you so much, Trump. I appreciate that because I know this is your neck of the woods. And I normally be cooking, but when I have my time for tea, we get into the tea. So I was trying to do my best. So thank you so much. Okay. So Trump said he's not ruling it out for Diddy if he is convicted. President Trump shockingly said Friday that he would be open to pardoning Sean Diddy Combs, currently on trial in Manhattan, for alleged sex trafficking and other crimes. Nobody's asked, but I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. Trump 78 said. Oh, look at this. I'm going to show you guys this. I'm going to see if y'all can see it. Do y'all see that picture? It's kind of like the ring camera is kind of messing it up. But that's Diddy, Trump, and Melania. Melania? No, I ain't saying her name right. But so that tells me that Trump and Diddy are friends. Which I feel like we already knew that because they are both from New York. And Diddy knew a lot of powerful people. And so does Trump. So Trump said he would if he is convicted. Well, if that's the case, I hope they drag this case out to Trump is out of office. I do not feel like, in my opinion, Diddy deserves a pardon. He needs to at least do a little bit of jail time first. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't deserve a pardon if what they're saying is true. And even if it's not true, and we don't know why they didn't charge him with domestic violence. In my opinion. Well, I don't know why they didn't charge him with DV. Because he's over there doing what he's doing and beating all the people up. So Trump said he's thinking about it. According to this article, let me look up some more. We're going to get back into the video and I'm going to do some more research on this subject. So Trump said he would. I think it's too soon. They pardoned Larry Hoover after like decades in prison. Diddy ain't even did a full 2 years up in prison. What are you talking about? But y'all let me know what y'all think in the comment section and in the chat. Angela said if Kelsey committed perjury in that immunity agreement, her immunity can be revoked and she could be charged. I feel like the fact that Kelsey got away scot-free is wild. And I feel like Megan and Kelsey had something to do with something. I don't believe everybody in that situation was 100% innocent. You know? And Trauma said, Angela Reddick, you are absolutely correct. Yes, her deal could be revoked. So want them to reopen the case. Just go ahead and reopen the case. It's too fishy. It's not right. And are Tory and his lawyers going to appeal this case, or was there a clause like you can only appeal after a certain time? Y'all let me know because the Foodie Gang tapped in, okay? But yeah, I like Trump. I don't want him to pardon Diddy. I don't like it. No, you know. But back to what Angela said was maybe. Hold on, let me find a comment. She said, for the right price, Tory may be able to buy a pardon. Let's put Diddy's name in there. For the right price, Diddy may be able to buy a pardon, allegedly. I mean, if I could just pay a fee and walk out on some serious, heinous charges, I would pay the fee. So I don't think, and we can say from what we have heard and what is being alleged, it seemed like Diddy was willing to do the most to keep his secrets hidden, to keep his business behind closed doors. I think Trump is lying and somebody has reached out to him and they already wired him that money. That's why he's talking about doing it and what it looked like. But this is all alleged here. We don't know. We don't know. Um, Angela said Trump respects the bad guys. I know a lot of his friends that are like really conservative feel some type of way about the Larry Hoover thing. A lot of, in the Chrisleys. People are not cool with that, and maybe I don't know. We don't know why Elon is leaving, but like Eric said yesterday, something finna happen. We finna find out something. Everything is just too convenient. Too convenient. But yeah, it does seem like Trump always feels like, oh, they were targeted. Oh, they didn't do anything wrong, but they really did. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to the sponsor of the show, Dr. Quantum. Y'all support the channel so that we can continue to cook and do time for tea. So he is talking about Kelsey.
A forensic expert testified that 90% of DNA on the weapon belonged to an unknown male, not Tory Lanez. His DNA was not found on the magazine. Software used for analysis had documented instability and potential for false matches. An expert testified that if Tory had fired the gun 5 times, his DNA would be expected on the weapon, but it wasn't found. Female DNA was found on the gun. Kelsey tested positive for GSR, but her DNA was never tested again on the gun. All right. Tory Lanez's DNA was not on the magazine and only 0.01% on the firearm. This is an incredibly small amount, equivalent to picking up a blade of glass from a football field. I'm going to pause it right here. You guys can read all of these sworn testimonies and cross-reference to what it is that I just said. But remember how Megan described it.
In the car, shooting from the car, Megan.
This was the famous controversial interview that she did with Gayle King. A lot of people felt some type of way about this interview because Megan made some claims here that they felt like we're not true. And one thing I would say is, Angela said it already, is that Megan is a very smart businesswoman. She knows when to play into her femininity. She knows when she needs to use her sex appeal. And she went to the right person to interview her to really get her story out there to the masses. And that is Gayle King. Because we know, Gayle King is a woman. She's for women, which is nothing wrong with that. All she did was give Megan a platform to say her piece. That's all she was doing as an interviewer. I don't think Gayle did anything wrong. I mean, what could she do? She asked a question, you answer. But here is some of the interview he's gonna play.
Standing up over the window, shooting.
So not only were the bullets never found, but then also they didn't find DNA on the firearm itself. We have sworn testimonies, spoken and written accounts from different people that say that a female fired the firearm. Yet we still have people that believe her story beyond a reasonable doubt.
And all I hear is this man screaming. He said, dance.
That was a lie as well. Now, both Sean Kelly and Kelsey testified that they did.
Yeah, that was crazy. The whole dance, like that was just like, what are we talking about here? Who said something like that? It was like, I don't know, man. That part was a little bit crazy.
Did not hear Tory make that statement. And here goes the two testimonies right here.
I'll get to the hospital. The doctors do x-rays on my feet. Oh, ma'am, you got bullets in your feet, got bullet fragments in your other foot. I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like, no, I didn't know I got you know what I'm saying? I'm scared. Like, I've never been shot before. I don't have to lie about that.
You thought the doctors were the police, Megan? You talking about these doctors right here? By the way, none of these doctors were called in to testify in court. The first doctor, Dr. Anthony Lafredo, described.
Now, that part is weird because a lot of times when you're in trial, you will see expert. Trauma is so right. What movie script was she reading? Dance be dance and shooting at your foot. Chris almost says how a cowboy movie. But it's like that's one of those lies that just like you could have kept that one. That didn't even make no sense. Oh, I didn't realize you could do this. But that was crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Dance be dance. Yeah, that was a little bit crazy on that part. I don't know what she was talking about. But what I was going to say is that a lot of time in court, they will have experts come in. They will have medical examiners, doctors come in. They will have police officers because those are considered credible statements. And so the fact that none of the doctors came in to testify is crazy. You guys, I just figured out how to put your comments on the stage or on the screen. I tell y'all, I am a chef first and a YouTuber second. So my live streaming is very basic. I'm doing the bare minimum. But that was weird that none of the doctors came in to testify. That's kind of weird. And Angela said, that tells me somebody tried to wipe the pow clean of fingerprints. Okay. But if he did shoot the gun 5 times, it does seem like DNA would be there. And if the gun was wiped clean, wouldn't everyone's fingerprints be gone? Trauma, let me know, Trauma, because I know you know about this. If the gun was wiped clean, wouldn't everybody's fingerprints be gone? But I'm not an expert. I'm just Chef Big Bang. And so none of the doctors testified at all. I wonder if any of the nurses, like, did they have any hospital staff? Hey sis, what is going on? Okay, remember how I was telling you about my sister who was a hottie? She loved Megan Thee Stallion, and me and her, we be debating about this off camera because like she is for Megan no matter what. And I'm more like level-headed, so we be having debates. She said, it is possible Kelsey paid them to get rid of evidence. Oh, and my sister looked up Kelsey. Because we thought Kelsey wasn't famous. No, Kelsey has a really good resume, and she was like a music executive, I believe. Sis, correct me if I'm wrong. But Kelsey wasn't nobody. She had her own stuff going on too. And the one person that we don't ever hear about is Kelsey. We never hear about Kelsey. It's fishy. But let's get back into this.
Described the injury as a laceration from broken glass. There was no mention of gunshot wounds, fragments, or ballistic trauma. He also described Megan as pleasant and no acute distress. Interesting. Moving on to the right, Dr. Milton Little diagnosed bilateral gunshot wounds based on imaging. He removed 3 small fragments under general anesthesia and called wounds superficial, yet performed surgery anyway. Claims fragments were bagged and given to police. Now, when it comes to what these fragments were, we did also watch her step on glass. Remember that? But yet the fragments just seemed to poof, disappear, huh? Now enter the plastic surgeon, Dr. Anna Howell, described wounds as superficial and cleanly closed. X-rays showed no fractures, minimal residual shrapnel. Dr. Howell treated for cellulitis, infection, discharged without mention of ballistic trauma. Of these doctors, one of which she thought these were police.
Okay, so you hear them. They removed fragments from her feet and then they gave them to the police. And then I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if they were incident evidence, but for some reason they're missing. So then you got to he questioned, well then how do we know it's bullet fragments, not glass fragments? Like if they disappeared, they didn't do testing on them, how do they know that they're bullet fragments? Which I think is a good question. You know, I don't think that's like crazy. And that's why I said, like, when they take anything out of your body, whether it's a mole or, a mole, or if they remove like a tumor, they're going to keep that piece that they take out of your body and they have to send it to testing. That is the standard of care here. And that's how they get your insurance to cover that procedure, because they have to test it. That's just how it works. So if they took something out of her body, they would test it, they would send it off somewhere. And even if they give it to the police, did the police test it? How did they know it was bullet fragments? Is my question.
Officers, the police, as she said, only one said gunshot. Now, in regards to these fragments that went missing, at preliminary hearings, detectives stated bullet fragments were missing. Prosecutors later claimed that the LAPD had them, an inconsistency suggesting evidence mismanagement or miscommunication. Prosecutors claim that the LAPD still has the bullet fragments allegedly removed from Megan's foot. Yet during the preliminary hearing, Detective Ryan Stogner stated that the fragments were missing. If LAPD had the fragments, why did the lead investigator testify in this manner? The chain of custody comes into question with a clear error. This casts doubt on the integrity and the completeness of the evidence. Now, there's additional pieces that this website goes over, such as Tory Lanez expressing concern over Megan before the arrest and then while he was also in police custody, as well as some of the medical inconsistencies that Megan claimed. Again, I'm gonna leave a link down in the description box down below if you want to check out the website yourself.
I just don't understand how they came to the conclusion that they were bullet fragments. Were they tested? How do they know it wasn't glass or something? I'm just like, how did they get that they were bullets? You know what I'm saying? Maybe they look like bullets. Maybe they were silver. I'm not too sure. But the fact that that piece of evidence is missing is questionable. Okay, Angela said, I think the doctors are honest and know what pow fragments look like. Oh, that's a fair account. Doctors should be honest, you know? They should be honest. What I'm saying though, in the court of law, it has to come down to evidence and facts. And where are the facts on what the fragments actually were? It has to come down to science. They need to send them off to the lab and test them. The first thing that they do when you go to the hospital, you know what they do? They run tests. You know why? Because they need evidence of what's going on. How do we know it was bullet fragments? It could have been anything. Those things could have been so tiny, but we will see what's gonna go down or what's gonna happen next. They have posted a website, putting all of the evidence together. I did hear that there is Ring doorbell footage. I have not been able to find it up until this point, but when I do find it, I'll bring that back to you guys and we will see what it looks like. We'll talk about it here on 907 Diddy's Time for Tea. And how do y'all think this is going to end? How do you guys think this whole situation is going to end? Do you guys feel like the case will be reopened? Do you feel like Kelsey needs to, meditate? I don't know what's going to happen. And then if they do pardon Tory Lanez, then what? Then what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I will say this. I don't feel like this is the end of us hearing about it. I do feel like there is more to the story. I feel like there's more. Now that they have the congresswoman, they got politicians. A lot of the celebrities are advocating for Tory. They feel like he was done wrong. A lot of people call it railroaded because there wasn't that much evidence. His fingerprints are not on the gun. The fragments are missing. But like Angela said, what they convicted him on was the fact that he owned or that he had a firearm in his possession, is what they're saying. Is what they convicted him on, according to Angela. And I did hear the same thing too. It was a gun charge. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen with that. But we're gonna get this to our next subject. We've been talking about them for 2.5 hours. We're gonna hear something from Megan. I believe that she will, respond to the website because one thing Megan has been doing was responding to everything. And she will go on her Instagram or whatever platform she uses and make a live stream and be talking about all the stuff. So we played this video for y'all.
Please hold for a very important message.
Yes, please hold for a very important message. Okay, so I showed you guys the bombshell footage shows Megan lied on Tory Lanez and Remy Ma messed up. This is how I feel about the Tory Lanez and the Tory Lanez and Megan situation. Some of us think Tory's innocent. Some of us think Megan's innocent. We will have to wait and see how that plays out. But going back to Remy Ma, Clarissa Shields, Papoose, and Easy the Block Captain. We did not have that much time to get into Easy the Block Captain and Clarissa Shields because we had to run. But we're gonna bring that situation back up. We're gonna talk about it some more. The reason we're bringing it back up is because it's still ongoing. They just filed the divorce, and we didn't even have time to really get into or to talk about Clarissa. We may have mentioned Easy the Block Captain, but we didn't really talk about him like that. So here we are back with the situation. And let me pull up some links here. Okay. Well, I didn't even share the link with you guys. Okay, I'm going to share the link of the last live stream I did about Remy Ma, Papoose, and Clarissa. This was the first time I think that we've talked about them on this channel was during this live stream. Let me post that link for y'all though. In the meantime, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the like button. Okay, so during this live stream, we kind of got into, I brought you guys up to speed on what is going on so far. And I showed you guys some of Remy Ma's live where she was going off on Papoose because she did not like some of the comments that Clarissa made while she was on The Breakfast Club. Remy Ma did not like him, and she has this scene where every time Clarissa Shields mentions her name, she is going to go off on Papoose. Those were Remy's words. That's what she wants to do. She grown, but I'm just telling y'all what she said. She said that when Clarissa got Remy's name in her mouth, she going off on Papoose every time. And she stuck true to her words, and she went live airing out Papoose. Papoose clapped back with his own live stream, airing out Remy. Clarissa Shields and Remy Ma go back and forth a lot on the internet already. They be going back and forth. Remy Ma is very upset with this situation. Let me pull up a video and we gonna get into that. I kind of want to play a video from the beginning and kind of like catch y'all up to speed for those of y'all who I don't know what's going on. It really ain't our business, and we would not care about it, but they brought it out here. And so now we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to give our opinions. And during Papooses live stream, he talked about how Remy Ma was cheating on him with another woman. She alleged during her live stream that Papoose don't take care of the youngest daughter and hasn't seen her in a while. It just got really, really nasty. Really, really nasty. They have brought the kids into it. It's just gotten explosive. So I played a little bit of this video before. I'm gonna play some more of it to kind of give you guys a little bit of to show you guys a little bit of Remy Ma's live. So let me go make sure I go to the right. Okay, so I'm gonna play this video to show you guys a little bit of the what was going on. What Remy's Ma responses was to Clarissa on the Breakfast Club. That's kind of what sparked off this time. But you know how you don't like somebody and everything they do bothers you, and you're always triggered by them. I feel like Remy Ma already don't like Clarissa, so anything that she does, she's gonna have a problem with because she don't like her. I just hit the wrong button. I am so mad about that. I just hit the wrong button. Look, I told y'all. Look, I'm a chef first, and I'm trying to be a YouTuber, and sometimes things don't work out. So this is street media TV.
It comes down to them. She always gotta be the entitled. Like, she gotta be the attention. Remy Ma is not trending. Okay? Nobody is thinking about Remy Ma. Come on now. Nobody thinking about her. You're mad because now here it is, the shine is on another black queen. And the man that you once loved is now loving on her. Let that man love her out loud. Stop getting on here being bitter and mad. Because if you were so happy with your man, what you said yesterday, what she said, she would have never let come out her mouth. I don't give a hell how much I'm in love with my man. I'm not discussing another man while he round with him. And then you have to come on here and say, when we laid up yesterday, girl, no, you wasn't. I believe, Papoose, you was on his phone. You was beating his phone down because you think that video going viral.
Well, in case you've been under a rock somewhere or out of the country, wherever you've been, we know that this thing they call black love, right? It was centered around, especially in the hip hop genre of black love, it was centered around Papoose and Remy Ma. Well, that's all went to hell now, right? Where things have fell apart. We know for the last year or so, we saw Remy Ma. She's been shindigging with Easy the Block Captain, the guy with the messed up teeth, right? And we know that Papoose now, he's been running with the boxer, Clarissa Shields, right? And for a long time, you know, everybody was wondering, where's Pap? Pap not saying nothing. Where's Pap? Pap.
So that actually was a picture with Remy Ma, Easy the Block Captain. Let me slide this back. Because remember we were talking about Easy the Block Captain was on her rap battle league. And this is Easy the Block Captain and Remy Ma. At this time, he is supposed to be working for her. And he's in the rap battle league. This is the type of stuff that was coming out. And yes, nothing inappropriate here is happening in this picture per se, but I feel like if you're married to another man, this is too much. This is too much. I also don't like Remy's outfit. I don't know what she's doing there. I don't know why her pants are unbuttoned. It's like she's saying, "Come get me, come get it." But this is the type of stuff that Remy Ma was doing. Some of y'all may think this is innocent. But for me, I'm a very modest woman, and I wouldn't be doing this. Everybody's different, though.
Pap not saying nothing. Where's Pap? Pap not speaking on him. And this guy got us out there with his girl. Man, everybody on the internet was destroying Remy Ma, right? Saying that brother held you down. That you went to prison. He was there for you. He was there with the baby. He put his career on hold for you.
So there he is again. That's Easy the Black Captain. And he's the winner of the league. So, you know, but they're clearly in a nightclub. And this maybe for work, but I just don't like it. And the internet didn't like it either.
Everybody was coming after Remy Ma, but Papoose was nowhere to be found. Everybody was looking for Papoose. We couldn't find him. He said, you know, he wasn't speaking. Then he came out with Clarissa Shields, and we saw that he was dating again. He was dating Clarissa Shields, right? Now all hell has broken loose because Remy Ma is online now, and she's firing away. And she went online firing shots at him and Clarissa Shields. Check it out.
And I would be like, girl, you just turned 30 years old. You are a world champion. You are accomplished. You have made it from out the ghetto, from the slums, from the depths of Flint, Michigan. You don't got no kids. You have your whole life ahead of you. Well, why are you attaching yourself to this 47-year-old man that doesn't have anything going, has no career, no job, no income, except for the income that he's claiming off of you, your percentage, because he's your manager? got you out here talking, looking crazy. He's the one that don't want to sign, don't want to get his stuff out his ex house. Doesn't be there for his child that he begged for, but telling you he wants another one. Let me guess. He's telling you he want a son, right? He has a son.
Ooh, Remy Ma is gonna be so mad when Clarissa Shields gets pregnant if she does. And I just want to say I do not agree with Clarissa Shields being with Papoose at this time while he is still married. I do not think that this is a good position that any woman should put themselves in, where a man is still married and actively living with his partner tells me they haven't broken up. So I don't think this is a good position for Clarissa to put herself in. But imagine Remy Ma gonna be so mad that girl ever gets pregnant. Okay, so I saw pictures the other day of Papooses' son that has now transitioned into a woman. And so what Remy Ma is saying here is that, let me guess, Papoose told you that he wanted a son. Well, he has a son, but his son has now transitioned into a woman. So many people would not still consider that to be technically a son, but that's a tricky subject and a tricky situation. I am just commenting on what Remy Ma is saying. I like everybody and I fear everybody, okay? Don't come for me, y'all. Don't come for me. I am just commenting on what she's talking about, but let's get back into it.
He has a son. He just doesn't like his son's sexual preference, so he acts like he doesn't have a son. He has a son. We have a son who is very much alive and well and probably feels slighted sometimes. He does. And my son, who has been like a son to him most of his life. When we got together, our children was 4 years old. They're now 24.
Do you guys remember, and I checked the comment section because the comments on one of these videos actually reminded me of this. Do you guys remember when Remy Ma's son was arrested and was convicted of unaliving somebody? I feel like that happened a couple of years ago. So I don't know what's going on with that case, but do you guys remember when all came out? It was on the news. It was a big time story. So I don't know if he is still in jail. I don't know what. Angela said that was a low blow for me. It sure was. And you know what? Even if Remy Ma felt that way, even if Papoose feels that way, it is not our business. And you have now put that out there to millions and millions of people who really don't care like that and are using you guys for stories. And I wonder how the son or the daughter, whatever they refer to themselves as now, feels. Hearing Remy Ma put that out there to the world. Do you feel like that son feels like Remy Ma has their best interests at heart? If I tell you that I'm hurt or something hurt me, and then you go out and tell IG, you put it on TikTok and you got thousands or probably millions of followers, I don't feel I can trust you either. You're better off talking to my dad than you. But Remy Ma, kids should stay out of this, I feel. That piece of information we did not need to know. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that Papoose' son had transitioned to a woman. I did not know this. Because it's not our business. But he probably has lost trust in Remy Ma too. I know I would. If I tell you my business, you can go tell everybody and their mama. And some trans parents have a difficult time dealing with the transition, which I feel like that's understandable because you're born one thing and then you're transitioning. Like Everybody has to go through the transition, but that's not our business. I don't fault Remy Ma or I don't fault Papoose. Because that must be hard as a parent to see something like that and to be a part of it. But she was wrong for putting it out here and using it as a low blow to hurt. Was she trying to hurt Papoose or put him down? But she put the son down in the meantime. Angela, no, she does not love that child. She used his son against him in a very spiteful way. If I was that son, I would never come to Remy Ma and tell her my business. Could you put that personal son or his feelings out here to everybody when he told you? Like, if my daughter told me a secret and how she was feeling, something so private as that, as your preference, your gender, what you want to go by in life, I would never come out here to 907 Giddies or the Ava's Playtime and tell y'all how she feels. If it's something that personal. Remy Ma, you should have kept that to yourself. That's not our business, not our place. And you're trying to put down Papoose so much that now you're making your own self look bad. That's really all it did for me. Was as a mother or a stepmom, that was supposed to be your secret that you were supposed to hold. But you just told the internet about something so personal. And now that she said it, my sister went and looked up the pictures. And she's real. The son has transitioned. But we never would have known that. And this is the point I'm making. Not our business. And Remy Ma is foul, bitter, and she's out here looking crazy. Okay. And the divorce hasn't even started. Clarissa ain't even pregnant and they're not getting remarried. I feel like Remy Ma just mad that they're even together. Honestly.
I would be telling you, girl, get your ass from over there. What are you talking about? That's what I would be doing if that was my friend. I'm not hating on nobody. Like I told you at the very beginning, that is corny. It's a come up and it's corny. Okay? That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening. And you don't even see it because I get all the sweet talking and this. And of course, I got to be the villain. She ain't shit. She this and I'm this. Show me a woman that had a man that was doing her right and she just shitted on him for no reason. This is facts. What are we talking about? I literally told my friend, they was like, yo, you think he ever gonna leave? I was like, when he finds a replacement, when he finds someone who we think he can have doing all that I was doing, then he'll leave.
She claimed that she don't care, but why you out here talking? Like you got Easy the Black Captain. Like y'all got Christmas pictures with him on his hand on your cheeks. Y'all going to Eagles games. Y'all just out in public everywhere. You don't care. You don't care. You doing you.
Exactly. Remy I was out here asking us for y'all had to give me a little snacky snack. I got sour cream and onion Pringles. I had to give me something, y'all, because we're gonna be up here for a minute. And Angela said maybe Papoose was right by calling Remy a narcissist. Remy is working overtime to make Papoose look bad, but it's really making her look bad as a mother, as a stepmother. When you're putting the kids into it, the kids are innocent. They didn't do anything. Parenting is hard. Transition is hard. You know what I'm saying? Like raising teenagers is hard. But one thing I don't hear Remy saying is taking any accountability. She did nothing wrong. Everything happened to her. None of it was her fault. It kind of looks like that's the angle that she's taking. Um, and that Remy is looking like a damn fool out here. She sure is. And I have played this video for you guys before, but we're gonna replay it, break it down some more, and then I'm gonna show y'all a video from Easy the Block happened. Remy's mom's looking crazy out here. Looking crazy out here. Even if she wanted to give advice to Clarissa, why do you want to tell the internet that you would give her that advice if you were her friend when you have her number? And she's not gonna take advice from you. And look, we need to get advice from Clarissa. She's the one that's doing well for herself at 30. We need to get advice from her, okay? Remy, I didn't even realize this, but Remy mom's a grandma. Y'all, do y'all want y'all grandma acting and looking like this? But in today's time, the grandma, I'm gonna agree with the sister. Sis, she's not a stepmother no more than getting divorced. I do not agree with that. If you raise somebody's kids for 10 plus years, like she said, their kids are now in their 20s, and she stepped in when they were babies. Whether they get a divorce or not, she will still be their stepmother. And they have not gotten a divorce yet. And even if they get a divorce, that does not mean that she needs to come out here and slander the children to make Papoose look bad. That's foul. I feel like okay, so if I married a man and his kids were 2, and by the time that we got divorced, his kids are 20, I would still consider myself to be their stepmother. I would still want to have some type of role in their life. But she said, F Papoose and F these kids. And is out here talking about the children in a crazy manner. And how are you going to disclaim the stepkids and you ain't even got divorced? The paperwork just got filed and you're already saying these ain't your kids. I don't agree with this, but y'all let me know what you think, chat. My sister thinks that she's not the stepmother no more because they're getting divorced after all these. And she just said herself, when we got together, our kids were kids. They were babies. And now at the same time, you're saying that you're not stepmother no more? That is foul. In my opinion, maybe I'm too nice of a person though. Anna said Remy is conducting a smear campaign on Papoose. I would never do that to my child's father. Yeah, she pretty much saying that he's not a good father, and to have spent 20 years with somebody, it is so sad to see it go down like this. Sis, what are you talking about? Papoose? But Remy was waiting for 20 years. Like, she is definitely conducting a smear campaign on him, and it's so unfortunate. And for her Papoose to have been quiet this whole time and never have said nothing. And she's out here acting like, but you know what? I could tell Remy Ma is going to be the ex from hell. Okay? Okay, who are you saying? And can you put Zesty or something like that? Girl, you about to get us in trouble. His choice to call her stepmom. Yeah, that is true, but if I'm with somebody for 20 years and they have kids, to just completely disown them, to talk about them in this manner online is very sad. Very sad and just terrible, 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 terrible. That little tidbit about the trans son and Papoose not wanting his son, We did not need to know that. She's one of those exes that when you break up with, they're gonna tell all your business. And I can't stand people like that. That tell all your business when y'all break up. But when y'all was cool, y'all was cool. No, I feel like Remy Ma's so foul for this, talking about these kids like this, man. And it just makes her look bad. And I completely understand why Papoose is moving on. And I hope he gets far, far, far away from her. This is painful for all the kids, especially the little girl they had together. That little girl is beautiful and she has to be like 6. She's definitely under 10. But Papoose he can do better. This woman is just, I don't know, it's like she's mad at everybody, but it's taking no accountability. She's not even gonna address how she was out here with Easy the block captain. According to him and her, they were together. Everybody knew it. I got a video. He looking tore down and well out. I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, let's get back into this video. Let's see what else you got to say. But Remy Ma, in my opinion, is foul. Y'all gonna feel how y'all want to feel. She shouldn't have been talking about these kids like this. Kids is off limits. Papoose didn't even mention the kids.
You basically saying that you was taking care of Pat and you calling him Porn Poos, right? So you don't care. You don't we know that he said that Papoose said that he snuffed him, but you got the crazy thing is this, right? You got some women on here, right, still taking up for Remy and coming online saying a bunch of foolishness. Now I'm gonna address this, but I want y'all to hear this idiot, right? Check this out.
Another woman all he want, that is still the same man. And I know different women bring out different situations, but this man didn't even want to leave his woman. She literally had to get on the internet and expose him for him to even be embarrassed enough to move around. But why I don't like Clarissa, and I told her this on Twitter yesterday, I don't give a I keep it real raw.
And that's a bad thing that he didn't want to leave his woman and he wanted to fight for his marriage to the end. This doesn't make any sense. Everybody is so willing to break up because he was going to fight for his marriage. That makes him wrong. But now that he's done fighting for it, he's moved on. That's a problem too. Make it make sense, y'all. Remy didn't want him to stay in the marriage with her, and she don't want him to move on. I don't get it. Don't make no sense.
Raw and direct. 30 years old, beefing with this grown ass woman about a man she been with for 20 years on the motherfucking internet. As successful as you are with so much to offer and so many opportunities, you choose to go play second to a female that's with a nigga that cheated on her, kept this image like he was the perfect mother man, and y'all men, y'all be blowing me with that selective outrage. Oh, she cheated on him. She cheated on him. What about with the cheated on her? If y'all think that man held that lady down for 8 years and ain't get his shit wet, you crazy out your mother brain.
Now let me say this about some women, especially certain women in this sector, right? You got like the idiot red pill dudes, and then you got these idiot pink pill women, right? Where women can do no wrong. See, a lot of women like to project I'm gonna say this because I'm going at women right now in this video, right? I'm gonna say this. A lot of women like to project their bad decisions and bad behaviors onto other people. So she's coming on here and she's talking about he probably was cheating. You think he didn't get his stuff wet in those 6 years? Well, wait a minute. Let's use logic, especially for my smart women out here that support my channel. She shot somebody. She went to jail and did 6 years in jail for shooting another woman. So since you such on defending women, you don't let me shot another woman, right? And then she was lucky to have a man to hold her down, come up to the jail, which she admitted, right? So she actually was privileged to have somebody that actually cared about her to want to hold her down and be there for her. How does woman conveniently just left that part out? So you mean to tell me, because he didn't have to be with her. So if he went and got some here and there, she in jail. He not in jail. She chose the street life and thug life over her man. She chose the thug life and street life over her children. She chose the thug life and street life over her freedom. But this
Exactly. Exactly. So if you're 4 women, she shot another woman. So where's the outrage about that? I think that if somebody is locked away for 6 years, it is unrealistic to think that they're gonna sit on ice and wait for you after you chose and you made the mistake that sent you to jail. Now, one thing that we never heard is we never heard nobody come out. We never heard nobody say nothing, nobody talking. But one thing about Easy the Black Captain, he was talking, he was doing interviews, he was up here running his mouth about how he was knocking down a married woman. But we never heard nobody from Papoose' side come out. So Papoose doing his own thing while his woman chose or is going to prison for 6 years for shooting somebody. One thing I would say is that we never heard nobody come out. Never heard nobody say nothing. But when she get with somebody while she's free and Papoose is free too, he running his mouth talking and bragging. So very different situations. And but everybody is free. Everybody's gonna feel how they feel.
woman, which you could tell, I guarantee my life on it, she's a single mom with no accountability. She just left all that part out. So now she coming on here defending Remy, right? With all her with all that she claimed this man did for her, then she's showcasing his new boyfriend and showing no accountability and running her mouth. But this is some of the stuff that we got to deal with in our community. When we talk about black men killing each other, not taking care of their kids, we got to deal with the mentality of some of our women like this. So when I say I'm not pro-black man or pro-black woman, I'm pro-black community. I want her out the community just as well as I want the real N-words out the community. All of them are no good. You got to get rid of them all, right? But then you have...
Shout out to the men in the chat. Shout out to Trauma. Trauma said, if he did get some, he never got caught. So why is it being brought up? Out of sight, out of mind. He held her down, period, shaking my head. Yeah, y'all gonna try to compare some imaginary coup d'etat to somebody that's really out here saying that they were smashing Remy. That you're gonna try to put all these bodies on Papoose when we don't even see nobody. We don't even hear nobody. And Remy was locked down. But y'all gonna still put some cheating accusations on him. It is what it is. But I want Papoose to move on. And I don't think he should go back to Remy. Even if she calls him on the phone and says, hey baby, I want to work it out for the kids. I want our marriage to get back on track. Can you come home? I got something for you. And I got some food on the stove. I'm sorry for my actions. You ain't gonna hear nothing else from Easy the Black Captain. No. Papoose needs to say, baby, with all due respect, don't call my mother effing phone no more. Papoose needs to not take Remy back. Too much has happened. He needs to move on, whether that's with Clarissa, himself, or another woman. But this situation needs to be done with. They need to get the divorce. Go ahead and battle it out. Remy Ma said Papoose ain't got no money because she got all the money. So with that being said, Papoose need to go ahead and get his half of everything. Because if it was a man that had the money and the woman didn't have nothing, but she held him down for 20 years, we will be saying the same thing. Give her half. So give him half the money, half of the properties, half the cars, and go about your way. Right? It should be that simple, right? But it's not. But Papoose, if you're watching, listen to Chef Big Bang. Do not take Remy back, okay? Move on with your life. Get you a younger model. That one old and she glitching out. She glitching out. Yeah, just go live your life, Papoose. You still got some more babies up in there. You know, he's been like old and like, you know, looking like he beat down. Like Papoose could have more kids. And I've seen people have 20-year-olds and then they'll have a new baby. I've seen that before. Papoose, Angela said, Papoose has had his fill of Remy. She is just begging at this point. Yeah, I feel like too much has happened. He needs to move on with his life. You know, sometimes you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. He needs to chalk this one up as an L and move on with somebody that's happier, that wants to start a family, that wants to raise kids. Because I believe that Papoose always wanted that, you know, the ideal family life. He didn't really get that with Remy because of the prison. He got a little bit of it, but not as much as he would have liked. So he needs to move on, and Remy mom needs to move on with whoever she gonna be with. But girl, she was married, so she didn't know this, but it's ugly outside, okay? It's ugly outside and it's not looking good for us single women. Let's just be real here. If you are married, I would advise you to try to work it out with your partner. If you have a good person in your life, try to work it out with them because divorcing right now and becoming single, you might not find somebody else. There's plenty of single people out here that are having problems finding somebody else. Now, if you're in a relationship that is toxic and you don't feel safe, that is a different situation. And maybe there was more behind the scenes going on that we didn't see. But Papoose did not seem like he was like hitting on Remy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't seem like there was any violence per se going on. If anything, I think allegedly that Remy would have been the abuser. She would have been the one hitting on somebody else if that was being recorded. But we haven't heard any DV claims. We just heard cheating and whatnot. But Papoose, move on with your life. Don't take her back. She want to be for the streets. Remy wants to be for the streets. She want to get tossed up out here. She want to wear her see-through outfits. Let her. She want to be out at the club. Let her do what she gonna do. Okay.
Cameron and Mace, right? And Cameron and Mace, they spoke on it, right? You know, and their friends are both of them in the industry, and they came on their channel, you know, and they said this.
Look at Remy and Pat. She going crazy all weekend over that, man. Shit, wow, my nigga. All because of this piece of paper. They was black love. Now, I'm not taking nobody's side. Remy's my friend and Pap's my friend. I don't have a side in this. All because of some paper. Shit is messy all weekend. Remy pulling out pawn shop receipt, talking about her Cartier bracelet is missing. Pap talking about he knocked the nigga out that she dating. It's been a mess all weekend. You know why? Because of this piece of paper. When you're a girlfriend or boyfriend, just leave. And I know Squad is right. You ain't staying that long to where you think you live here. Because they'll run that too, fellas. Don't get caught up in that. Try and kick her out, and it's been 8 months, and now she got squatters' rights and all that shit. Yo, get that 10-day joint, go home for 10 and come back for 10 if you really like her. Because at the end of the day, it's too many laws for the person without the money. Now, you know who's probably your sucker to all the females? Now, it's cool when they do it. It's probably when Kevin Federer do it. Kevin Federer's up $100 million off of 3 wives. Britney Spears, forget the other 2 actresses, but women to say he's a sucker. Because he doing what Dre or somebody doing. Somebody with more money is doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, shout out to Kevin Federer.
What happened with the Pap and Remy thing?
You don't know what's going on?
How was that graduation?
Oh, it's all over the place. You ain't gonna catch up on this show. You gotta go to this.
Okay, so he said Kevin Federer, but His name is Kevin Federline, I believe. But he's the one that was married to Papoose. He was married to the star from Moesha, the black actress. And I'm not sure who else he married. He's saying the same thing I was saying. The person with the least amount of money, they get their half, they move on. Angela said she does not want to see him happy and moved on. I think that that is really the problem here. Because, let me see one, y'all. Because if she has been asking Papoose to get a divorce and to move out and come get your stuff, he signed the paperwork. I believe he has moved out and his stuff. He said you can have it. Right? So then what's the problem then? Like, you said Papoose didn't want to divorce you and you didn't like how the narrative was being painted. Girl, the narrative was being painted like we saw it, okay? But in her words, hey, he's giving her everything that she's asking for. Right? So what's the problem?
The shade room is start from Thursday. Basically, it's been alleged over the last 2 years probably that she was dating the battle rap dude that she was messing with.
Yeah, I heard of that.
And that's been confirmed now that Pap is going out with Clarissa. What happened was this. Clarissa won the Breakfast Club and basically, to me, she didn't diss Remy, my personal opinion. I can't tell Remy how to feel. But she's like, you know, females are a little emotional, but, you know, Clarissa talked crazy. She wasn't talk crazy. And Remy just went off on Pap after that, saying he ain't see the kid and this, that, and the third, and pawn shot receipts. Then Pap got on. Pap really don't talk. Pap got on live, and he was talking for about an hour. Then Remy came back and
Pap was talking for an hour?
Yeah, he was talking for an hour.
Pap don't say nothing.
He don't talk a lot. And you know what was the illest joint for me out this? Like I said, we can't catch up all on the show. But last thing I'll say was, Pat played the voice recordings of Remy. And this was trying to be one of the most gaffles I ever heard. Shout out to Remy for even trying it. I'm gonna give Remy the credit for even trying it. And like I said, I have no dog in the race. They both my friends, both of them. But Remy told Pap. So Pap knocked the nigga out. Pap saying that homeboy came, gave him a 5 after he's fucking his wife, and he didn't know he was fucking her. So Pap's attitude is, you don't shake no nigga that had sex with your wife. So he's like, basically, whenever I see him, I'm knocking him out. So Pap knocked him out. And then Remy called him, I guess it's a Remy event, Remy called and said, yo, now you wild out. Now I got to be with the nigga so he don't press charges and do all the wild shit. Now I can't even curve the nigga. I was just about to curve him. Now I got to make sure he good cause you wildin'. And I'm like,
Remy a nigga, yeah.
Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. What is Remy talking about? Remy, that don't even make no sense. But Papoose, in my opinion, he put up with a lot of stuff from Remy that a lot of other men are not gonna put up with. Honestly, like it seems like she kind of ran that relationship too. But he put up with a lot of stuff from her that he shouldn't have put up with, and a lot of other men wouldn't have. So she was very blessed in that regards to even have a man like Papoose, someone that would stick it out for you did 6 years. Man, these people out here, man, you do one month, they already want something else, and it's gonna be messy. So Papoose put up with a lot. Remy really messed this one up, especially because it's like now she's getting a divorce at 46. Like, man, But this is what she wanted. This is what she wanted. This is what she risked when she stepped out. And this is, you can't cheat on somebody and then be mad at what they do in response.
Remy playing uptown games with niggas, yo. Remy gotta chill.
But you hear her, and he played the voice note, so it was crazy how passionate she was about it. She's basically like, nah, nigga, come on now. Now you gonna do that? When I was just about to stop fucking with the nigga, now I gotta make sure we good, so I gotta stay next to the nigga. And I'm like, you going for that? So I'm like, all right, if you want to go for that, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was true or not, Rem. I'm sorry. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke with Rem, man.
Yeah.
That nigga Pap got a type, though. He like them joints that can protect themselves.
You sure do, but one thing I'll say about Remy is Remy Ma has a very distinct voice. Like, a lot of people don't sound like Remy Ma. She has one of those voices that you would hear and you would instantly know it's her, whereas a lot of the artists out now, they all sound alike. And that's why I think her flow, allegedly, according to Pat Booth, he wrote all them rhymes. But that's why her flow was so good, because she had a very distinctive voice. Trauma said, Remy out here wilding. Angela, you are so correct. Ain't nobody else going to love Remy like Papoose. That man loved that woman. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all can try to convince me otherwise, but he loved her. To stick it out 6 years? You go visit somebody every day for 6 years and you drive, I think he said an hour or 30 minutes. He drove a long time every day? Bro, I'm not doing that. He loved that woman. And Remy Ma, there's a lot of fake love out here right now. Girl, if you was my friend, remember you was giving Clarissa advice? Well, if you was our friend, we would tell you that you messed up. You messed up and ain't nobody else gonna love you like that out here. There really ain't that much love out here anyway. That's our advice, that you mess up. And you need that accountability. You need to stop talking about them kids, bro.
You definitely do.
That's sad. That's sad.
But see, I like the last, Remy got a show, pardon me, not a show, a song with Fat Joe called Summertime. I heard it a few months ago. And I was like, Rem must be off parole, man. She talking spicy. Her first 2 bars said, I shot my friend over a band, and imagine what I do to a bitch I can't stand. I said, yeah, I don't want no problems with Rem. Rem did shoot her friend over a band and then rapped about it and said, if I do that to the people I love, what I do to you. Some tough bars right there.
This goes back to how we get here over love, right?
Yeah. Sign the prenup.
Oh, God. So this is a situation that everybody's speaking on. You know, Cameron and Mace, they've been in the industry for over 25 years. They all from New York, so they know Remy and Papoose. So, you know, it's only but so far they're going to go in the criticism or conversation because they have a friendship with both of them, right? But Remy, you know, she made a post where she said, this is what Papoose was threatening to post and more. This is why he's so mad. This is why he want to go to games and then
like how she came up with little nicknames and all that. Just like, oh my gosh, can you guys imagine having an ex like Remy? She looks toxic. And that's why I said Papoose put up with a lot. She looked toxic. And like, Remy, you're getting older. You need to stop and you maybe get some better lyrics or something. It's like, Remy, we don't think you're really about that life anymore. Like, you need to, like, grow up, right? But Remy's out here wilding. She's mad he moving on with Clarissa while she got easy to block. And look, who do y'all think really is winning out of this whole situation? Now, I would say, with the fact that they are divorcing, no one is truly winning. But I think Papoose leveled up. Remy, you got a broker nigga than before. And you know how we know he broke? Who is he? And Remy's his boss, so she's technically paying him. But I think that out of this situation, Papoose did come out looking a little bit better. Now, this is his first relationship after his marriage, so there is a possibility that it won't work out, that it could be the wrong person. I feel like after a divorce, people should take their time to themselves. But at the same token, I think Papoose is used to being in relationships. And there are people who don't like being single. They go from relationship to relationship. They don't like, some people don't like being single. But I feel like you do need to take a little bit of time out for yourself. But Clarissa or Easy the Black Captain. I mean, the fact that his name is Easy the Black Captain just tells you all. Like, Remy got a man that is as childish as she is, going by a name like that, in my opinion. Now, y'all can feel how y'all want to feel about it, but yeah. And that's why Remy, I feel, is so mad. If Papoose would have got with a broke woman who was scared of Remy Ma and didn't have a name for herself, Remy Ma would have loved it. But because he got with a world champion boxer that has more money than all of them, has her own name for herself, has her own career, I think that that is adding to the bitterness in her heart. Y'all let me know what y'all think. What do y'all think? I feel like Remy Ma wouldn't have been mad. But because it is who it is, she is very mad. And she can't even go fight the girl and pull up real quick. She can't even address a woman like that. And shout out to Coach Fur. What is going on? What's going on, Coach? He always talking about these crack babies. He said, he said most crack era babies at 40 and under are childish and F the kids. So are you alleging that Remy Ma is a crack baby? Yes, Trauma. She is so mad. And if you think about it, all Remy can do is what she is doing now, which is talk to us about it. Bro, Clarissa will beat the wig off of her and her edges that she got left. Remy know better. That's why she's pulling up to the internet event. She ain't talking to them. And because, like, if you're really mad, if you're really upset, go with Clarissa. Talking to this mother for her. But that's all she could do. And he said, Remy mad she can't beat her. She sure can't. And Clarissa, from the Breakfast Club interview that I saw, Clarissa be talking mess. And she ain't backing down. And I think that's why Papoose got with someone like that, so that Remy cannot run over them, can't try to punk them or nothing. All she could do is come crying to us. And then instead of Papoose likes tough women, he does want a pushover, or he doesn't want a pushover. And then Trauma said, Clarissa got them. Man, yeah, Remy's so mad about this. And you know what? She's not happy that somebody is sad. But one of the things that does bring me joy is that I don't think as a wife she was moving right. This is exactly what you deserve. He traded you in for younger model. You old and you glitching out. A jailbird talking ish and always throwing blame. Yes. I think that Pooch was too good for Remy anyway. But he loved that woman. And you can't tell nobody, once they love somebody, what they gonna do, because he loved her. Uh, and then Trauma said Remy mom might shoot her though. Look, I don't think Clarissa gonna let her get that far. As soon as she reached in the back, Clarissa gonna be like, pop, pop. She gonna come through with that 1-2. Remy gonna have to shoot her from the back allegedly if she do. She gonna have to sneak her. And Coach Frank said Clarissa will beat most men on YouTube talking Israel woman. Yep. Look, Clarissa ain't the one. And that's why Remy out here crying to the internet. Because you know what it is. Okay. Thank you, Angela. Okay. Correction. Papoose likes tough women. He does not want a pushover or doormat. He does seem like he wants his woman to stand. And you know what's so funny? A lot of or some men are like the opposite, where they want to push over, they want a doormat. Whatever type of woman or a person you want to be with is really up to you, and it's not our business. She got a history of shooting. Did y'all see that video of when Remy was in the car with the juice box running her mouth? Talking about somebody want to fight, let's fight, girl. Stop. Sit down before you get that plastic knocked off your body. Coach Burke said he loved her and her slow kids. Look, bro, Remy's really messed up this time. And just admit that. Just admit it. Just say you mad. Just say you mad. She's doing everything but admitting that she did anything. She is definitely looking like a narcissist. Like for real. This is what they look like.
And been seen because he thinks it's payback, but I don't care, right? But if she don't care, why she posting it? It's payback, but I don't care. He's had photos and videos for years. He mad that I'm actually smiling and laughing again. I'm not ashamed of anything I've done. Not even all I have done. Not even all I have done for you. I did it because I'm the realest ever. You claim I was so bad and said all these horrible, had all these horrible habits I have. Yet you stayed for my daughter. Nah, you stayed hoping I would come back. And when you saw I wasn't falling for the usual tactics, you said F me and F my baby. But had to lie and say I'm keeping you away for your image. And that's also why you stayed for 6 years, 4 months, and 10 days. Oh my God. I was away because I'm really who I say I am. I've been home for 11 years now. So she says she's away because she's really who she says she is. So now she's bragging about bringing harm to somebody, right? I don't owe anyone anything. I'm a great mom, was a great wife, and just want to be left alone like I leave everyone else alone. Sidebar, I'm private. So this all has taken a lot out of me to eat.
A lot of lies being told in this piece that she wrote. And she said, I'm a private person. What? No, you're not. What are you talking about? How can you be a great wife and have cheating allegations and be posing with another man and doing all this other stuff? How can you be a great mother when you're airing out your kids' secrets online to everybody? Talking about the trans kid and how Pooch does not accept the trans kid, which is not our business. If his father does not accept him, do you think he wants the world to know that he's not accepted by his own father? Like, we hear you, Ricky, but we don't get it. We hear what you're saying, but it don't make sense to us because the actions are not matching up. Hey, the world class, what's going on? He says, sugar. Look, I like when I see world class. He always got something nice to say. Now, everybody ain't gonna feel the same way. But see, me and the world class, we tapped in. We ain't got no beef. I don't have enemies on YouTube, but it's not that serious. Woo, y'all be out here fighting. I don't like the world class, and I like everybody. And it's like Carissa is strong, beautiful, and the number one world class boxer. She's a good role model for girls and young women. Very, very true. And that's a good way to sum it up. And you would think that your ex or your soon to be ex that you're estranged from would actually be happy that you picked a good role model for your kids if you can't be there or be with that person, right? And she even said herself, Clarissa Shields has all these going for her. Why is she with Papoose? Because, hello, Papoose is a good man. And we women see that. Just because you don't see it, Remy, don't mean that we don't see it. That's a good man right there. And they was waiting for you to leave him. Or we were waiting for Papoose to leave you because we saw how you was acting. So, but you're absolutely right, Angela. Great role model for kids. Very inspiring story. She came from Flint, Michigan. She had very humble beginnings and turned it around. We love an underdog story. We love a never give up story. Keep on fighting story. Wait. Coach Fred got something else to say. He said, Angela, Clarissa is not a role model. She sleeps with married men and comes for their wives. Wait until he divorces her, then make your move. I do agree with that part about the being with married men. I do agree with that part. But, okay, y'all say that a man can be in the streets. Well, I heard this. A man can be in the streets and still be a good person. Do we feel like because Clarissa did this one thing of being with a married man, her whole everything she's ever done is still not good? Like, dang, y'all be hard on the women. I hope y'all hold these niggas accountable. And yes, I do agree with you, World Class. I feel like she was doxing the children a little bit. I feel like she definitely was. This is why I love the chat. Everybody can say their opinion, and we're not going to be arguing. But I just want to hear how y'all feel because sometimes when I hear what y'all think, I'm like, dang, maybe I do need to change. And I was kind of thinking a little bit. I do agree with Coach Ferg that Clarissa Shields should have waited. That is very true. But does that mean she's a bad role model? What about her, having humble beginnings and becoming a boxer and moving past that? We see a lot of people here stuck on their childhood, crying about it in their adult lives and not being good, productive adults. Coach Ferguson, she is not a role model. Okay, Angela and Coach Ferguson going back and forth. Name 5 adults who have not fornicated or committed adultery. Ooh, Coach. Where you at, Coach? She right about that. We all sin. The world class said, I think Remy and Pat was one of those situations where she just liked how he treated her, not really her liking him. I agree with you, world class. And I said this to my sister, and she was like, how can somebody be together for 20 years and not love the person? She was with Papoose out of convenience. He held her down. She probably felt some sense of duty, but she didn't really have that over the heels attraction. I feel like she wanted a hood nigga. And that's why she got with Easy the Black Captain. Because she wanted that hood life. She wanted that thug loving, as they would call it. Angela said he was separated. Coach said, just because they do it, it does not make it right. Dumb Ninja illustrates generational curses. So Trey feels like Carissa is not a great role model and forget her whole career. It's all thrown away off of one mistake or one current mistake. I know 10 couples who don't cheat or fornicate. Trey, well, you come from a different generation. They scandalous these days. But I love hearing perspectives from the older generation and the younger generation and like coming together and like really breaking down these situations. But I do agree with Coach Berg. Clarissa should not be in the situation because Pap is still married. But Clarissa absolutely loves Papoose. And she, in her mind, feels like they're going to go off and have a happy family and all that stuff. She's head over heels in love. There's nothing that you can tell her. And I'm going to show you guys another video where Papoose made a wrap up for her. And you know how he used to say black love with Remy Ma? Well, now they call it gold love. So it used to be black love, and now it's gold love. See, the women like little stuff like that. Yeah. Coach be having me rolling down this chat. He be having me rolling. But gold love, that's the new saying.
Even do, but enough is enough. To all the friends and family that tried to intervene, I appreciate and love you all. Double sidebar. To any woman out there saying because it used to be good or for the kids, don't. Stay because the person actually loves you and is actively changing for the better, not because you're scared to leave and worried about what people will say. So that's her saying that, and I told you guys when it comes to marriage, right? Do not watch these athletes, entertainers, and put your marriage or relationships desires around these people. Please don't do that. Please don't do that because it's never what you think it is. These people are not who they say that they are, man. So you see images of them being at Flyers games, images of them being at Eagles games, and Easy Block Captain, he just loving it. He just he out here having it his way, right? But I listen, man. I keep telling y'all, marriage is not something that's promised to you like life or death. It's something that you got to fight for. Is a fight every day, especially in the climate.
I do agree with that. Stop looking up to some of these people. Everything you see is not what it is. And I never realized this until I myself became a content creator and I started editing my videos. A lot of the stuff that we see in is put together, manipulated, and is edited. With the use of editing, you can change the whole narrative of the story. Telling y'all, a lot of these skits that we be seeing be fake. I talked to one of the actors. He said everything fake. I said, what, for real? I said, maternity court fake? He said, yeah, I was on there a couple times. Look, everything is not what it seems like he said. When you see these people out on all these vacations and stuff, and then you see them getting arrested by the IRS. Everything is not what it seems. Keep that in mind, y'all. Keep that in mind. Okay. Let me take this down. I'm gonna play this video real quick before I'll play the next video for y'all so y'all know what y'all are watching and what is going on here.
Please hold for a very important message.
I'm laughing at Trey in the comments on YouTube. Trey be going in. But we love Trey over here. We love Angela. But you know what? YouTube is like a dysfunctional family. You will see them cuss each other out one day, and then the next day they'll come back and send that person a super chat. Yeah, you will see people who cuss people out, and the next day they friends. So that's just how we do be debating over here on YouTube, okay? But still come over to the channel, check out some of the other content creators I always talk about. And that's why I don't get you mad, because that's like I'll be mad for real, and the next day y'all be friends again. So I just stay out of it. Excuse me. Okay, so in this next video, I'm gonna play for you guys. We apparently this is easy to block Captain now. He looks way different to me. I don't know what he's been going through, what's going on, but y'all let me know if y'all think this is him. Y'all let me know if y'all think that this is him. Let me get this pulled back. Ooh. And this is going to be AC Reacts. This okay, so Remy Ma side dude, Easy the Dirt Captain, gets exposed for cheating on her. Okay, that's what the title says. And nothing I would say is sometimes we gotta make the title really like salacious so that we can get clicks and views. But apparently this is easy to block Captain. He looks way different to me. Listen, this is him now. He grew his facial hair out, got some dreads. Apparently this is him. It's kind of what it sounds like. I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Get y'all thoughts on it. Shout out to the chat. Chat lives matter. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this one. Okay, Trauma said that's not him. Then who is that then, Trauma? Who is that? Let's read some of the comments and see what the comments are saying. Who is that then? Oh, I commented, is this easy? He looked different. Pap ruined his life with that knockout. Okay, when y'all watch the video on YouTube, leave a comment below. Somebody they actually responded to me. I'm gonna look at it. Oh, thank you so much, Trauma. See, that is why I'm so glad you're here, Trauma, and that's why it is a great idea to be content creator, to be friends with other content creators, to bring clarity. And then there's no way possible for me to know everything. And I would tell y'all, I was wondering if that was him too. But thank you so much, Trauma, for clearing that up. Okay, so I said, is this easy? He looked different. Pat ruined his life with that knockout. Okay. And then Zeke said, nah, this is Jack Boy Maine from VA. So he was at the event when Easy got knocked out. Okay. So, I was so confused about this, Trauma. Thank you. So we're going to play it and we're going to see what he's talking about. I think he's like smoking a cigarette or something. It's going down. Here we go.
I got my whole shit going on. I got my own little disagreement with the nigga. I don't know shit. I ain't part of shit that they got going on. Goddamn. From there, I'm like, all right, boom. I'm the type of nigga, I ain't gonna fuck the event up. So I'm like, I'm gonna holler at boy after. While I'm in that motherfucker, I'm like, I'm gonna holler at boy after. I'm walking around the event. I'm not knowing where he went, so I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keeping my eyes open. So I'm parlaying and shit, just making it on the inside, but keep out of nowhere. Hey, why niggas be everybody in the building heard this shit. It's not like I was no single witness. That shit won't like I was goddamn the only nigga around. Like this wasn't no special shit, bro. Like this, it wasn't like it was just us people that's motherfucking. That's not that. So it's like, hey.
Bro, the way he is hitting that cigarette like it's a blunt is just crazy. He is just sucking the life out that cigarette.
Everybody in the building here is boop boop, and then you just hear like it sound like somebody just dropped, bro. Like the fuck? Like you hear, bro? You hear everything. You hear everything. You hear everything. Like you hear everything, bro. It's one no special shit. It's one no one-off fade. That nigga, they ain't see no one-off fade. Nah, he had his little team with him. That's a fact. But just like that one though, like, you know what I mean? From my perspective. So all you hear is the doo-doo, and you just hear it sound like you know how you smack the wall real hard? It sound like I smack the wall. So me, I got homies in the building. You know what I mean? So I'm not knowing what's going on still. I don't know what's going on still. I don't know what did happen. I don't know yet. So I start running towards the sound, because I'm thinking maybe it's one of mine. So I start going towards the sound. As I'm going towards the sound, one of mine come out the room that they was in and say, yo, that shit ain't got nothing to do with us, we out. Coming right behind that person is Pap. Pap come right behind that motherfucker and he like, yo, gang, I knock niggas out for a living. Literally looked me dead in my eyes. He know who I was. It was the fact that I was right there by the door. I was right there at the door. So I'm the first person he seen when he came through, and he not knowing who's with who and all that shit. So his first words was, I knocked niggas out. That was his first words. So right there, I'm like, okay, I know this nigga just knocked somebody out. Then I'm like, who the fuck did nigga knock out? Lo and behold, it's Bud. I don't got no motherfucking special goddamn view of this shit or none of that shit. That shit just what it is. Like, my nigga got put down. That's all.
So there you have it. He said that the homeboy got clean knocked out. Let's fast forward to see if he said anything else. That's okay. And then easy to lock happening. These are some of the texts. Let's see what this is talking about. I'm not sure who these were between. It says, do he know you're gonna cheat on him with me or not? Do Remy know you're gonna cheat on her with me? Right, so stop playing. What's bow sound, Leo? I don't know. Let me slide this back.
But that's not what we're talking about. I just wanted to show that's not what we're really here for. We're not really here for this right here. This is what we're here for. We're here for this right here. Now, in their world, right? You know, Papoose and Remy Ma, in their world, the business is clout. That's it. The business is clout. Your brand can die just by not being mentioned anymore, you know, not being talked about. You know, that it's a nasty business, but it's still a business, but that's their business. It has to be relevance going on in their industry. The only way there's relevance is if you putting out music and it's popular, people like it, or it's gossip, or it's mess, or it's drama. That's the only way they're able to maintain some sense of relevance. And I'm talking about Papoose and Remy. Now, the difference is Papoose wasn't chasing clout. He wasn't. Only thing he was promoting his wife. But he himself wasn't chasing any clout. Clarissa Shields, you know, when it comes to her, she's not chasing any clout. She's a athlete. She's an athlete. You know, you have clout that's based on drama, and then you have, you know, clout that's based off of your performance as an athlete. It's two different things. Relevance. You know, if you in there and you in there and you regulating in the ring, you know, your name is going to get out there more. That's the type of clout you want. The block, the dirt captain, this guy right here, right? His way of clout chasing is through Remy Ma. That's his way. And he's been exploiting that. And here's the thing. And the reason why I bring up clout chasing is because Papoose, if he was cheating on Remy Ma, any woman that he was cheating with, even if he was just DMing women, they would have came out just so they could tie themselves to the situation, looking for an opportunity to chase clout. We know that didn't happen because he was too busy being loyal to Remy Ma. But look at Duke right here. Night captain, nap captain. This is him DMing some random women that nobody.
Okay, so this is easy as the block captain talking to another woman. So, and he's saying like she has another man. Is what it sounds like. Do he know you're gonna cheat on him with me or not? And she said to Easy as the block captain, do Remy know you're gonna cheat on her with me? Okay, this is how I feel. Remy and Papoose are still legally married. So if they get with other people that then get with other people, I don't consider them cheating on you because you're married to somebody else. Does that make sense? So it's like, how can you cheat on Remy when she's married to another man? How can Clarissa cheat on Papoose when he's married to another woman? It's like, it don't make sense to me. So I don't really, that's like I'm with Trey on that. It's like, they're married to another person.
He knows about. And guess what? She put this out because she's doing what? Chasing clout. And it's what he says. He says, do he know you're going to cheat on him with me or nah? And she says, do Remy know you're going to cheat on her with me? She says also, right, so stop playing, LOL. He says, what's Bull sign? Now, Bull, I'm guessing that means boy, or Duke. Dude was dude sign. You know, Philly got their own slang, Ball, John. Let me get a couple of Johns of pizza. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the John could be joint. I don't know. But either way, what's Ball sign? Leo. Then he responds, hate you. And then she responds, you love me, stop the cap. And then he goes, didn't even replace the fantasy, right? I don't know what they're talking about, but
Yeah, he's weird to me. I don't know. He's weird. He's weird. He's weird to me.
this is him in this past November DMing women talking about, are you going to cheat on him with me? And this is the weirdo part of this, right? Is you asking what's her boyfriend's sign? Well, a lot of these weirdos, they don't even be having the women in mind. They be having the dudes in mind. Do you think Jay-Z had Carmen in mind when he was taking Carmen?
Yeah, I agree with him. That was a strange question to ask. Like, that was just weird. Let's see what Joe Budden got to say. That was a weird question to ask. I've never think I've ever had I got like one or two men ask me what my sign is, but never said like what's your ex's sign? Like that's a weird question. Yeah, let's see what Joe Budden got to say.
Shut the fuck up. You did that? Yeah. We talking to Rem. Where was I at all day yesterday? Here you go in the back. With me. Nigga. He lucky I ain't no bad rapper boy. He is crazy. Oh no, they've been going crazy. At day crib. I hate it. All they timeline. I absolutely hate it. And their crib. Remy don't even look right when she in his crib. Yeah. No, she hopped on the stream, told her, yeah, I'm gonna hold it down in front of that man. But she was at. I'm out of here, man.
What you mean she was alive? The old remnant started coming back? The old Rem with Pong was back? What are you talking about?
Mad NYCHA up in there.
She had the true religions on?
He said mad NYCHA. No,
He said NYCHA. For those that don't know, that means New York City Housing Authority, aka the projects, aka the rat community.
Poor.
That's where she's at.
Now, that's crazy considering that Remy Ma went on this whole thing about how Pooch ain't got no money and the dude she with now living in the projects. Nothing wrong with the projects. You gotta do what you gotta do. But it's crazy because like Remy Ma, what happened to you? What happened? What are you doing?
The rat community. She didn't want to be in Jersey with her husband and her daughter living a productive life. She wanted to be in Philly in the rat community on live, doing a live stream at 44. Oh yes, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. I don't care. This is a representation of y'all, Keisha. It's a representation of y'all. You know what I don't understand? I don't even understand why y'all over here, really. You see, you can say things like, things happen, relationships sour. No, things don't just happen, Keisha. You make them happen.
He's talking a little bit too slow for me. But Angela said, Remy has been dating down while Papoose has leveled up with his dating partner. I know, and it's so weird because you hear Remy talking about the materialistic things the most. So you would think she would try to get someone that's hot, like, I don't know, has some money, which she claims Papoose had none. But this dude is really poor, but it's not about materialistic things, but Remy has made it about that. So where's that same energy when you pick a partner?
You supposed to hold it down now. You the one supposed to pay the bills. You making all this money you talking about, right? You pay the bills. What's the problem here? You see, if a woman, right, if a man goes to prison,
All right, he's gonna do the same thing I did where I put it into perspective and I kind of flipped the roles. If this was a husband that had all the money and the wife had none and they were to get a divorce, we would expect that the marital assets get split in half. Now we have the woman that has more money and the man has the less money, according to Remy. What she said. Okay, that's all fine, but those marital assets need to be split in half then, and Papoose should walk away with the same amount as Remy walks away. And yes, some people say she was popping before Papoose. That is true, but it is way different now and on a larger scale. That according to Papoose, if he wrote her music the same way that Safari wrote for Nicki, but these people have been married for 20 years, I believe that Papoose deserves half. What is the problem here, right? And Remy, just be mindful of that because you're making all these statements about how much money you have. So keep that same energy when it comes time to go to court. You better not try to file that paper how you ain't got no money. We better not see you file for bankruptcy. No, you say you got all this money. And then Papoose said in his live stream that he did, he was like, all she cares about is money. And it's funny how she cares so much about money, but ended up with somebody broke. I'd say that's karma. I'll say that's karma. Okay, I have one more video to show you guys, and it is Clarissa Shields and Papoose together. He is now referring to it as gold love. You know that he had the black love with Remy Ma, but now it is gold love for him and Clarissa Shields. And he made up a freestyle, and I'm going to play that for you guys. We're going to look at it. And we're gonna see Clarissa in the gym, or that's where the video takes place at, is the gym. You guys know she's a world-class champion boxer, and she works out a lot. And Papoose has been going to a lot of her fights and supporting her. Yes, Angela. It sure is. And that's why Remy is so mad. And we're seeing her glitching and crashing out on social media because she's mad. Let's just be real. If Papoose got with a broke woman, do you think she would have the same type of energy? If she got with a woman that he could beat up, do you think we would be seeing this type of energy? No, we would not. He got with somebody that Remy Ma physically and literally cannot compete with. Now, Clarissa Shields is in the wrong. That is a married man. I do not advise any young women being with a married man who is still actively engaged with their ex. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. But we have to talk about it because we are currently seeing that. So Clarissa Shields has a YouTube channel with 169,000 followers or subscribers. Papoose wows Clarissa Shields with intimate freestyle hashtag gold love. That's the new saying, y'all. It's gold love. Papoose said to hell with this black love. Okay, let's play this video and see what they can say.
Pat, this Johnny Boy Boxing at Fight Hype. Clarissa, I need to know the predictions of the fight with you and your opponent.
Me and my opponent?
Yeah.
I can only speak on if she comes unprepared, she'll get knocked out early. If she comes prepared, she'll get knocked out late.
Absolutely. Now, Pat, I gotta get a verse from you, man. I gotta hear you. You gotta hear you.
And this is exactly why Remy Ma only addresses Papoose. Clarissa Shields does not play that at all. If she don't play that, Remy knows better. She's not even address her. Leave her alone.
Spit, man.
I'm with Clarissa Shields. To spend time wisely is a skill. Doing everything that losers won't, but winners will. We ain't chasing a good time. We just sit and chill. Eating, watching Michael B. Jordan. That movie Sin is ill. When the love is genuine, you can tell it's a different feel. Babyface was right on that song. She got that whip appeal.
Whoa!
Stole her heart like a ball player. I be getting steals, and I pay for it in full. We don't split the bill. This ain't that fake vibe that you used to. Nah, this shit is real. I'm so allergic to fake people, I need some Benadryl. If we were slaves, y'all would be house niggas. We in the field. She fight for the people. George Floyd, Emmett Till, Olympic winner. First female boxer to get a meal. So much motion that she be moving while she be sitting still. It's a heavyweight title. They gonna say it's still.
Oh! Brooklyn, Detroit, Brooklyn.
Okay. Papoose did that. So do y'all think he wrote Remy's raps with the flow y'all just heard? He did that, and you can see. One thing that Papoose do, he be hyping up his woman, making her feel good. Making her feel good. Okay. We see you, Papoose. And Papoose is definitely a ladies' man.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's real love. That's what's up. Respect. My God. That's it.
Okay, so Papoose is supporting her all the time. He going to her fights with her in the gym. Like Trey said, though, he's still married. There's still more. I hit the wrong button, y'all. I ain't ready to go yet. So I'm positive there will be more drama. Remy is not done. She is going to have another reason why she got to act a fool. And as I said, yes, I believe Papoose wrote most of Remy's raps. I want y'all to really think back. Since Papoose and Remy have been on the rocks, has Remy Ma released any music? I will be curious to see what her music sounds like now that she's not with Papoose. And we'll really be able to tell if he wrote it or not. Will she come out with any more hits? Will she ever be on the charts again? Only time will tell. But I absolutely believe Papoose wrote her music. And I feel like this. If I'm married to you and you're contributing to my business in any way, shape, or form, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with having a writer, having a ghostwriter, nothing wrong with a husband helping his wife. That's what Papoose was doing. And Remy got gassed up, got the clout. She want to go, we were easy to block captain, and then she can do that. Everybody free to do what they want. But they're like Remy mad. Remy mad because he got traded her in for a young model. Okay, y'all, we have reached the conclusion of the show. Let me go over the day with you guys and the schedule, what the plan is. Hold on, let me put my little banner up. Dang, I am just not typing right. Okay, so I do believe that Papoose wrote for Remy. We will see. And yes, okay, so what I was gonna say, you guys, I'm about to get off to this live. in about an hour, I have another live set up. I'm gonna do a collaboration with somebody, and if it goes well, y'all see me back here in an hour for another live stream. We're gonna be talking about the inmates, and I'm gonna collab with Truth Teller. He's actually a former cop, so he's gonna come back, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna talk about the inmate situation. And then we should be having dinner tonight if it all goes great. I think it'll all go well. We're gonna be having dinner to open up season 4 officially. Goodness. Did I spell this right, y'all? Okay. Thank you guys so much. Okay, time for tea, final thoughts. I think I spelled it right. On Megan and Tory, we gonna wait and see how all that plays out. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. Megan, if we see Megan leave the country, we know she did though. We know she lied. I guess Tori stay positive. Megan stay off the internet would be my final thoughts on that. Remy Ma, it's over. It's over. Let Papoose go on and be with who he's gonna be with, and just focus on your children at this point, and focus on getting some therapy. You have a lot of hurt here that you need to work on. Yes. We've been up here for 4 hours. Every time I talk about Papoose and Remy, we go long. Yes, today. Okay, so after this live stream, if you're watching on YouTube, it's gonna redirect you to my next live stream. And we're gonna talk about the inmates. There's still 2 inmates on the loose. Anton Massey's auntie came out with, I'm not even gonna play her whole video because she had a lot of cursing going on. But the auntie came and spoke out, and she told everybody she is not happy. So yes, that's gonna be today. And then answer. Okay, that should be interesting. Yes, we're gonna have a former police officer up here to react to the inmates and all that's going on with that. We're gonna get back into the inmate situation and all that stuff. Thank you so much, Trauma. And you guys, make sure y'all subscribe to Trauma's YouTube channel. He works so hard on his live streams, like just with the graphics, getting the story together. He goes for 10 to 12 hours. He be up there all day long. He does a great job of telling a story. And so I'm honored to have you here, Trauma. And Eric said, "You having dinner with the cop?" No, silly. That's not what I said. I need y'all to put y'all thinking caps on. Put y'all listening ears on. Okay, so Cheese Roll said, "How come I couldn't leave a comment the other day? Only members." Yeah, on Saturdays, we do Saturday Foodiegang breakfast. You got to be a member to talk to us on Saturdays. But other days of the week, you can talk to us, get you a membership, and get some of the exclusive perks. And you don't ever have to be worried about being locked out. Until then, you will be locked out on Saturdays. Okay? All right, moving right along. Yeah. Coach, I love Coach over here. Coach, we have me rolling. He said she won't get therapy. She will come to YouTube and pander to the slow for the sympathy. Weak-minded adult behavior. Okay, y'all know what Trey said. Trey said he thinks she a crack baby, allegedly. We did not see her parents doing anything, but that's what Trey thinks, or Coach Ferg. Angela said, "Thanks everyone for watching this live today. If possible, catch the chef's next live in about an hour. Enjoy your day, everyone." Yes, gonna take a break, and then we're gonna get ready for the next live. And Eric said, you need backup. What way? What you want backup, Eric? What you offering here? Are you offering your services? Backup for what? What do I need backup for? No, but I needed backup a long time ago, Eric. But Eric, during the next live stream, if you want to come up, I'll definitely drop the link for you. All right, y'all. I'm finna get up out of here. Get ready for the next one. Hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Shout out to Dr. Quanta for the $2. Do not forget, this is time for tea. Let me play the video for y'all one more time so y'all know where y'all at and what we're looking at.
Please hold for a very important message.
All right. I will see you guys in the next one. I'm gonna hit y'all with the outro video. Join my group on Facebook, Foodiegang fan page. Share your food with me. Right, here we go.
Foodiegang, gang, gang. 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 This is Chef Big Bang. Thank you so much for watching at 907 Good Eats. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And I'll see you next Wednesday at 9 a.m. I'm out.